Good morning. I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we are going to do a live stream today. Let's see how much we can get done between now and 5. I've got a number of things I'd like to try, and we'll basically see how that stuff goes. Although I had it in mind, I wouldn't mind taking a bit of time as I warm up in the morning to do a little bit more of this. You can see I have been at work taking songs from my recordings of vinyl records. Here's a couple of Steely Dan records that I didn't have before. Dead Kennedy's first record, Traffic, John Barleycorn, and Last Exit, Morning Florian. Got a couple of tracks from the Sting record that I got, the ones that were more bigger hits. I have not gone through and labeled everything as far as what was a top 100, 25, or 10 hit. I mean to be doing that. Look, we've got some Queen. The only record I've got that's any good is Sheer Heart Attack. I shouldn't say that. I've got their first record but don't know much about it, and the one that I would like but I kind of need it to be in good condition is Night at the Opera. And then we have a whole bunch of Devo, and I posted one just yesterday. The Timeless series gets a strange entry. The reason I went for that one, partly because by the end of it it's doing a great hit record sound, but also because it was a really interesting example of things that you can do basically with music, taking instruments and things and playing them, and like how Devo made that record is not too dissimilar to how you would do it if you were making stuff up on a laptop or whatever. In fact, you could play things in exactly the way that they did. They just had Trident Day Range and Ken Scott rather than a laptop and Reaper or whatever. And although I have not put out a Trident-style console version, which is not impossible, I'm more interested in Console X at the moment. I do have stuff where you can get kind of into that zone. Simon is saying, I have the same first question already. What's your first question? Because I'm here until 5, unless I don't think today it's going to be so grueling that I'll finish off what I'm doing and then stop before 5. Although it was kind of nice on Tuesday to do that because I really got a bunch done. I can even show you now what some of the things I got done were. Here's the end result of Tuesday. This is all of the different sounds measured and labeled and worked out. In this case, I have a slightly different calculation for what I'm rating as purple for maximum clarity, and that's going to have a bearing on what I'm going to want to choose. And we can probably do the listening thing today. You were very good on Tuesday to not push me because I needed to do this, but we can probably do that today. So let me see. I would like to pump this through the stream. So maybe let's set up to do that. As always, I need to fiddle with OBS in order to be able to do that. It's always quite something to try to keep track of all this stuff. Anywho. That is a real shoebox of a sound. at this stage, down at the 13 size, that is too small to actually use. But this one might actually be usable. You know, here's the drum, guitar, there's the swoop. So that's the kind of thing we're dealing with. And that's one of the things I was looking to do today, was start putting together the cans plugin, start putting together the ability to load up stuff like this and have it tell you useful things in. One of the things I'm probably going to want to do is audition some of this stuff over speakers and then also over headphones. And in particular, I'm going to want to compare ClearCoat with CloudCoat, because that's going to tell me very clearly whether it's more useful for me to use comb filters or all passes. I'll probably end up doing both, but that's a fair question, because I am wondering a lot these days whether the way that people are often responding to early versions of Cathedral in particular, saying, oh, that is so very metallic, when it doesn't sound as metallic over speakers, I wonder whether that's to do with there not being enough all passes, and whether if those same people listened to, say, CloudCoat, they would be like, oh yeah, this is exactly what I needed, when it's not necessarily a better sound, but it's very different, and using banks of all passes is very common in reverbs. It's quite normal to have that going on. So just by way of example, here's all the different stuff we have available. So that's a louder one, red. Yeah, I'll get to Patreon in a moment. Here's one that measures fairly well. Notice that these are all bouncing from side to side. There's nothing to be done about that. That's the start of the audio. So this is one that ranked high in several levels. It doesn't have an oppressive high frequency. It's fairly even, and it's fairly loud, compared to this one, which has nothing particularly good going for it. And then back to one which measures the same way that the previous one did. Here is a less loud and also smooth one. So with all of these, I'm going to be looking to try to get stuff where I don't need to make it sustain as much as this. This is far too much sustain, but it's exposing weaknesses in the sound. These are all dark but don't have anything else good going on. And then this one's loud, but not dark. And then there's medium loud and dark. That one's got an interesting sort of thump to it. And then we get one where that's also showing some good signs. Like something that performs like that, and then we can go all the way up to one of the really long ones, one of the really large ones. And no control room is this big. but I can include it anyhow just because who knows, maybe it'll come in handy. But I have the feeling that like it's going to work fairly well to find this particular balance of qualities, because I've got them spaced out like 177, 94, 60, and 59 all have exactly the same balance of behaviors. Right down to this fairly small one. So they'll have slightly different flavors, but it's all basically in the same behavior. And then 94. And the whole thing needs to behave in such a way that it's not like, there needs to be enough of that to blur out things so that you can hear the peak energy, because it bounces around and spreads out a little more. And Florian, you were entirely correct. Peaks only is just all passes plus some other processing. Peaks only is all passes combined with the density algorithm set to strongly negative. It's removing fullness and body from the sound, but there's also lots of all passes in there. By the way, that's really cool. I am glad to hear that, because that seems neat. My hope is that the work that I do gets to a level where it can get to people who can use it. It doesn't only have to be people who have limited resources and all that. In fact, I have had my stuff make it all the way over to somebody else in Kendrick Lamar's genre, roughly, who's a multi-platinum producer, but that person doesn't want to reveal that they're using anything of mine, because that person is behaving as if it is their secret drum bus trick. And so I've been pretty good about not revealing that, because it was pretty darn clear that they were like, you must give me an update to this so that I can use it with my new Apple Silicon stuff, but then they never did anything for me. They didn't even join my Patreon or anything. But people who are multi-platinum and really wealthy are usually that way for a reason. It's, there's a big difference between somebody like that and, say, MC Hammer, who spread his money and cred around like crazy. So people are going to be, the kind of people that they're going to be. At any rate, one of the things I would like to do today is work on the headphone thing, and now I've got some of the stuff that I need to work with. I'll be using 177U, 94BU, 60B, and 59B, and those are the ones that I'm most interested in, possibly 32B. Let's have a quick listen to that too. And again, I'm piping this through SWB, so you're actually getting the live audio to some extent. And now what's 32B sound like? Compare it with one that doesn't have the purple spot. That honks. That's worse, and that's appalling. But I could probably also sneak the 32B in there. It would act sort of like a spaceship cockpit ambience. That's going to be a really small ambience. But I mean, the neat thing about this is I intend it as a mixing tool, but I'm going to make sure that it can be used as a close ambience. These are incredibly tight little spaces, and I'm going to set it up to work in that way, but that's not to say that it can't find a role in mixing. Yeah, rather than, something? Q-Tip has the quote on that one. I'm a prog rock guy. I grew up as a prog rock kid, so I am not claiming credibility in the hip-hop or rap business, nor should I. I don't feel that's my jam. But I do know enough about it to know that Q-Tip has the final word on that. You know, music business parable 7080 record company people are shady. It's definitely not just the hip-hop business, I tell you that right now. Ask John Fogerty whether it's just the hip-hop business that's shady. He'll have an earful for you. You can sound like a corn-pone old-time rock and roller and still get ripped off by exceedingly white people. So, go figure. But yeah, and so that's part of why I do what I do the way that I do it. It's like I am a end run around some of that stuff. As long as I live and work, I'm able to do things like bring people access to stuff, which is also, let's see, Simon, you have probably already sent me the link. So before I dive into this, why don't I, and before I add a couple of things, I would like to add a couple of things to this list. I've been working through it, and this is now the record captures that I still have to go through. You see, I've got a whole bunch of Genesis, and I'd like to have that available simply to listen to. But I also want to measure it. Looks like, yeah, when I did the Marvin Gaye, it was tracked between some of those ones, so now I have a straight shot from Trespass through to Lamb. And then I've got a couple of Jethro Tull albums, Clive Bunker Jethro Tull albums. That's not a producer. Clive was their drummer for Aqualung and earlier. And he is a real heavy hitter, like a real... Clive Bunker was a real John Bonham-style heavy sticks, heavy hitter guy. And it's fascinating how that shows up on the Aqualung album, because it makes the drums sound real interesting. They have such a heavy attack that's recorded quite accurately, and it's recorded so accurately that he doesn't get the same effect as Bonham, because Bonham had Jimmy Page producing him, and there was a lot more compression and stuff, whereas in Aqualung, that's more of an accurate recording of what drums sound like when hit that hard, and it's totally super different. And I've got an Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and I've got an ELP and a Yes record, which I got because I stumbled across incredibly clean copies of those, and so I'm quite looking forward to that. Haven't shown any of the Time in a Word album. And then there's a couple of Captain Beefheart records. Beefheart's, and then I also threw in a couple of Zappa records. And of those, Clear Spot is new. I never had that one before, and I'm looking forward to listening to the songs. And Just Another Band from LA is a new copy. I've had that record before, but I found a copy that was on the old Bizarre label, which I didn't realize it was made that early, that it came out on Bizarre, not just on Warner's. The Fillmore 71 that I've got is on Warner's, which suggests that there are Bizarre copies out there. And I would love to find one of those. Oh man, would I like to find one of those. But that's going to be hard to find, I'm sure. For now, I'm going to scoot my way over and see whether I have my link to the thing I was told about. New direct message, 12 minutes ago. Very nice. And so from here, let's see whether I can go into here and download this wave. Qualcosa che non sarà M3. That would be the one, I believe. Downloads nice and quickly. I gotta swear by having decent fiber. Honestly, if we have... well, hang on now. Weirdness is not the word for using all passes. Like, I can demonstrate what all passes do if you need me to, but I would come up with a better way of describing what weirdness even means, because I'm not following you. Oh, well, I mean, if you want me to look at stuff on stream, you'd better be able to stream it. If we don't stream it, then I'm not touching it. So that's going to be a yes. Quickly tell me whether I need to not be doing this, but this would be... Also, I can probably do the full-on... I see no reason why we can't do the upstairs monitor thing. My only problem with this is that we're going to have hearing issues because I have too many fans going, because this is another really hot day. And Florian mentions peaks only, experimenting with it as an effect on a parallel chain. That's... like, beware of peaks only. That's a monitoring test. That's effectively the same thing as if you were using cream code heavily in a more restricted way. This really implies that I might be onto something by leaning way more heavily in the direction of all passes rather than just comb filters. But let's quick have a listen to Simon's track.
Atmosfera testa a testa a vedere sto album che non c'era.
Okay, I get the basic idea of what genre this is anyhow. So we can play this and have a quick look at it in meter. That being a thing that'll be fairly easy to do. I'm also going to cut down my levels. So we're streaming Simon Uka's track. To start by looking at what he has to say on meter, but then we're going to investigate the playback upstairs in my upstairs mixer stand. So the first thing I've noticed is that they're extremely low are They're balanced on nicely, but they're quite heavy. Your brightness is just on the limit of what you can get away with without being aggressive. Well, then I won't talk.
Qualcosa che non c'era, qualcosa che non c'è stato mai, che non c'era. Qualcosa che non c'era, qualcosa che non c'è stato mai. Se non c'era è solo perché non hai creduto e non testa a testa. Dovevi metterci più tenero che in te stessa. Rotoli sul letto lontano da bip bip bip. Non è successo, può capitare. Non ci pensiamo, può diventare la verità. Per averti scrivo ancora canzoni da dedicarti. Le stai sentendo a letto, non so di quale città. Provo in settimane a venirti a vedere, sto allungando la strada mia. Mi ho da fare scale in verticale. Ne valeva la pena per qualcosa che non c'era. Forse un giorno aspetterò su Marte. Mi immagino rossa tutta l'atmosfera. In mezzo agli altri me ne sto in disparte. Forse perché mi manca qualcosa. Qualcosa che non c'era. Qualcosa che non c'era. Qualcosa che non c'era. Qualcosa che non c'era.
Now we're going to change it up a little bit. Now you are hearing it. And again, we can't do this all day because this is not a good day for it because I'm running a bunch of fans, and so that's messing with the background noise of the room. But this would be what it sounds like over my studio mains at a reasonable level without running it direct to the stream. So now you're just hearing it through a mono microphone. At some point, I am also going to have available my Venus Theory mini speaker. It's not really a Venus Theory speaker, but it's the exact one that he just made a video about. Anything which is the same combination of features would do as well. But for the time being, I don't have that available. That said, it'll be quite interesting because I'll have this tiny little round portable Bluetooth speaker that you can run an aux on. And I'll run it off of the aux output of my computer to optical converter, which is this very cheap thing with this little switch, and it'll let you switch between the optical output and a really cheesy, no controls or anything, aux out. So that'll come in handy, at which point you'll be able to hear what anything I demo sounds like just on the tiny toy speaker, and I can probably hold it right up to this microphone, and that'll come through nicely. But for now, while I don't have that, you can hear what this sounds like over my big speakers through just the microphone. This is my NS10s and good amplifiers and stuff. We already saw this. It is indeed NS10 with sub, yeah. But that's not everything, because even though we have fans going, so I'm not going to do this for very long. Let's go upstairs to the upstairs monitoring position and put it on, maybe turn it up a little bit so we can hear what it sounds like up there, like we've been hearing what my mixes sound like up there. That's also going to be a useful little reference. And on these speakers, I bet you can hear how that's out of balance. You can see how on the meter the bass is too big. It is going too far. It's way out of balance. You don't really have enough going on up here. It's fine to have the bass be big. It's arguably too big. No, I do not mix at high volumes. For this, to hear it literally upstairs, we're going to have to turn it up a little bit. So let's set it to the beginning of the track again. And I'm not bothering turning the fans off. It's another hot day. But what I will do is we will go to the upstairs mixing position and hear how this sounds. Again, what you were hearing just then was probably evidence of how the bass on this is too big. Like over my vocal mic with the NS10s and subs in the room, so no direct anymore. It's probably sounding unpleasantly bassy on stream. And that's because the mix is leaning on the bass too hard. It could use a little bit more balance that way. Now let's hear what it sounds like
up here.
balance of this is not that bad. Although the bass is big, it's not too wildly out of shape there. That said, it's not a beat. The bass is a rumble. And it's maybe fine. I just wonder whether that's actually enough. Like, that's really slow. And granted, the song feels like it's trying to be slow. Vroom, vroom, vroom. There's no beat to this when monitor up here. This is more like what you would hear in a big club or something, because the space reverberates. You know, having the voice as the strongest thing is always solid. Now, definite pop mix. In a pop mix, the only thing that matters is the voices, nothing else actually matters. But you can't really do that. You do better to find other things that are worth having in the mix and make them audible. Guitar's buried. And then, yeah, bass, but the bass is slow. The bass is so slow. It's like the rumble of the thump is half a second behind the beat. I guess it'll make it big. It would certainly come across as big on a giant system or whatever. So, not lacking there. Here, let's finish this up. I'll go back downstairs. Okay, we're back. Not only that, I'm going to shut off that. Don't need to leave that camera on unless I'm actually using it. We're done with that for today. So here's the thing. And Florian, I can see whether I can't maybe try to make the bigger spaces work that way. I can try. We'll see whether I can make this plugin. The first thing I need to do is essentially port over the time constant switching from Clearcoat, but use the same start with the same algorithm that I have in that test bed, which I'm not going to return to because I don't think I will need to do that. And sort of combine all of those things together into one plugin under the name of Cans. And then we start fooling around with it. At that point, I need to sort of work out using the various combinations of things. Like, I'm certainly going to want to take one of the larger ones. I'm going to want to make it so that you can switch it among those things. I don't know to what extent I want it to be just adjust many things to become that, or presets. For move this switch for direct in front of the speakers, move this switch for elsewhere in the room, and this switch for entirely elsewhere. Which is to say, Florian, I can try. I don't know whether I'll succeed. I can certainly try. And I will have some audio reference because, one of the things that I can do is take my tape evaluation tool, that little snippet of sounds that I keep using for everything, right? And do even a little local live stream where I've cranked everything up. I've got my little microphone here, and what I can do is crank that through my speakers, record it in the vocal mic, which will give me the close-up sound of my own speakers and mix environment. And then switch over to the other, which I've switched the camera off now, switch over to the other mix position, and then run the same thing, record both of those and use them as an audio reference for where I'm going to try to get, with the additional caveat that I'm going to be trying to produce that effect while listening to headphones. So I'll be kind of wanting to produce the effect of sitting upstairs in the other listening position, but that while also listening to headphones. That might have big implications around things like how mono it is. Could be a lot of stuff I can do there. And it's all a question of how well does this work, How well does this work? He says, becoming quiet so that the sound of the fans in the background can take over, which is perhaps somewhat unhelpful, but whatever. What else can we do? Let's do a little bit of this. I was doing this all Wednesday, and Wednesday was meant to be kind of what I wanted to have as time to sort of take off. I'd like to do a little bit of this, and so we're going to do a little bit of this. You've probably never seen what I'm about to show you. I left off the very first Death Rotel album. It's fine, but Stand Up and Benefit are amazing. It's just that they're also very obscure, so you probably never saw this before. Artwork. Weird guy who wrote in ballpoint on it. And they call it Stand Up because it does. The guy with the ballpoint has written, God bless tooth, claw, nail, ack, horn, beep, 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 I'm a jeep, Saint Pale Heron in Popeye. So, yeah, sometimes people who owned these records did a lot of drugs. I'm guessing that's what happened with that one. And it's a Warner 7 Arts label. This is the old Warner Steamboat label, and when the little thing on the edge of the reprise thing says W7, that's a really old label. So what you see here is a extremely old vinyl record, and this one's even better, although it's not nearly as fancy, and it's called Benefit. It's just a regular reprise label rather than being the Warner 7 label. I have a Jimi Hendrix record, which is an incredibly old pink, green, and yellow reprise Warner 7 Arts label. So we're going to try to quickly edit this down without playing it on stream, and then move on. Because I got it down from over 30 records down to about 14, and I can take it down a couple and then we'll continue with the stream normally. Shouldn't take that long. I want to be done with this part. And actually, there's no reason I can't run it through SWB, because you're not going to hear enough of it for it to matter. Here's my editing stuff down process up, except for I don't really need to be doing that to the overall master, but that's fine. You can hear how it's Jethro Tull doing their various things. I've already done the beginning of that one. Here's the very end. There's a pop and click, and then here's the beginning of the next song. So we're going to edit out some of that poppy clickiness. Like I can see that one right there, so I know I'm going to take it out. And then there's another one here. And since this is being saved as FLAC, only thing I really need to care about is pops and clicks that are so loud that it will screw up the normalization. Because we're doing this. And that, excuse me. Man, back in the day when I was a lot younger, my health was better. But for now, we'll see if we can't get through the day. This is the loudest moment in the song. And we can normalize it. And now it goes as loud, although the other side is normalized to some other moment. And yep, it is Clive Bunker on drums, Ian Anderson, of course, Martin Barr on guitar, so he's a real asset to this album, and Glenn Cornick on bass guitar, who sticks around for benefit, and then he is replaced with Jeffrey Hammond for Aqualung. So this early stuff has Glenn Cornick on bass, which I think he showed up in other things as well. He didn't just stop music. He just stopped being the bass player for Jethro Tull. And at this stage, we go... Actually, I usually like to keep the capitalization the same as they have it on the album. In this case, that means that there's no capitalization, except for the very first letter. So we'll keep it. Usually that's what I like to do. I am curious as to whether that's going to be the case on Wikipedia. So let's go and find out. But yeah, this is a candidate for another Timeless, because people won't have heard this. If I can do it and it won't get copyright struck, this will be a great thing for people to hear, much like I inflicted swelling, itch, and brain on people just the other day. Because people won't necessarily have heard this, but this is classic, like Jethro Tull back when they were Led Zeppelin. Florian, look into Grooveware and Crunchy Grooveware. So let's take a moment and look and see. Sure enough. See, you can find this, you can hear it. Let's see whether the capitalization is the same as it is written on the record. I feel like usually that's how that goes. So we're going to find out. Nope. Nope. Because you see, that's all caps now. We can also check the record itself. But that's lowercase. Bourrée is also a hit off of this record. And on the actual vinyl, it's all uppercase. I'm going to go with how it's written on the record sleeve. Thank you. Just because it's interesting that way. Bourrée sounds like this. And I'm going to not get trapped by the thing that got me when I played a little bit of the Barry White Loves theme, because I wanted to demonstrate to people what it sounded like to have strings on meter. And turns out I played like 13 seconds of that, and that was enough to get in trouble. And also I have played the bass guitar technique chucking off of another YouTube video, and even that got me copyright warned, shall we say. So we're going to be more careful while we hopefully burn our way through this fairly quickly. Here we are. It's kind of similar to how I was doing those reverb things, that sometimes my streams are the grueling path of getting through all this nonsense. That's Bourrée. Peak. That is indeed a waveform. We don't seem to have a lot of popping and crackling on this, which is nice. This is a record I've had since forever. When I vacuum cleaned it, it cleaned up pretty nicely, and so we don't seem to have lots and lots of pops and crackles on this sucker. And that makes me happy, especially since it's an old Warner 7 Arts. I like having those be clean. Should be good. Jeffrey Goes to Leicester Square is this song. And in fact, they're talking about Jeffrey Hammond, who played bass on Aqualung. Leicester. Some of these tracks are heavy as anything. This is not one of them. This is a much lighter track. So Bourrée starts with and then goes into a full-on sort of flute blues jam thing. The one after that is Back to the Family. There it is again. This is Back to the Family. So that's Back to the Family. So this is Bourrée, and it goes up to here. Soon be finished with this. It will make me happy to have gotten Stand Up and Benefit out of the way. Plus, then I can listen to them on my own time. and do timeless of them. And I'll be that much closer to having no backlog for this, having already gotten through the backlog for measuring all those reverb things and winnowing those out. We will get through all of the stuff as needed. It's back to the family. Back to the Family is sort of Ian Anderson is a grumpy teenager song. That is a drum hit, or a full band hit rather. In fact, we can hear this as long as we don't use too much of it. So we can do some of that. We just can't play more than a few seconds of any given thing. That means we can normalize it. And that means we can save it. You know, one of the things I've really left out is recording my King Crimson. That would be a good candidate for, rather than timeless, soundless. Because I have every intention of also doing recordings, calling them soundless, and having the content hide D on there so that you can see how some of those things measure. I'll probably wait until a little more interest turns up in using meter to get sounds for things, but at that point stuff like that will come in handy. There's supposed to be a punctuation mark over that first E, but I don't know how to type it. So we're not going to bother. The idea, I would also like to just gradually ramp up into doing more of these because, let's see, so here's Look Into the Sun. So Bore into Look Into the Sun, so this contains Back to the Family. Yeah, I mean the thing about that, Mark, is that, ooh, another Devo fan, lovely. Fellow Spud boy, excellent. I do have lots more, look in the background of this thing. We have got all of those other tracks that I could also do timeless for. I was not fooling when I said Swelling Itching Brain is a timeless track. I think it measured as a BE. It's a huge track. It's just not what you'd expect. And I haven't measured any of the rest of these yet, but I have every intention of doing that. There's so many great songs here. I'd love to do a timeless for Blockhead. Clock Out kicks butt. There's just a lot. I didn't include every single thing. I've been skipping the occasional one because I have so many of them. Let's see now. One of the things about these old Warner 7 Arts tracks this will be a little quiet, but check this out. Oh, have to make it quicker. Listen to those pretty ride cymbals. You get really nice drum tones in some of these incredibly old records. all the tones, honestly. Lots of pretty tones of all kinds. That is also note how triangular these sounds are. So the thing about this, like, see that? See how triangular those waves are? It's neither all high frequency stuff or all low frequency stuff. Check this out. We're not going to hear it this time. Look at what this does in the meter. I can predict what this is going to happen here. Instead of hearing it, we'll see it. Look at what that does. I haven't even normalized it yet. And I'm betting that this is actually immune to amplitude changes. I think it's going to be immune to amplitude changes, but let's find out. Because my next step here is to normalize it and then save it. It's sort of in the end bit. Ends up being this loud. Heavy rock, heavy stuff. And we're going to save that. It's back to the family. But it's also not capitalized. I'm sticking with that. Even if Wikipedia doesn't have it that way, that's what is shown on the physical album, and so I'm going to keep it that way. Because people do lowercase song titles and things. You get to use lowercase and stuff. And they were being teenage hipsters, and so they were doing that years before lowercase music was a thing. And then if we select this bit, which is the one that I was looking at before, let's keep content hide, but we'll let you hear little snippets of it this time. Gonna be a little bit loud, but I got no time. There you have it. There you have it. I expected that behavior. So this is what I could do if I wanted to use like King Crimson and stuff. I could totally do that. And yeah, Jethro Tull's stand-up album is a really strong performer in that 60s style thing. This probably uses those old grade Dolby boxes too, because they showed up in the UK first and then made it over to America by like 1970. So the whole sound of 70s rock rides on Dolby processing. And we get some of that characteristic going on. It changed over time as it evolved, and people were doing different stuff with it. But this is where it started. And they're able to get more high frequencies into the album's sounds because they're not forced to roll off the highs to suppress noise. So we're almost halfway through stand up. Let's continue. This is one of those much mellower songs, so. It'll be nice to have. In some cases, I back off on having the incredibly mellow songs that just aren't my jam because it's sort of like my little collection. I'm up to 971 individual songs to listen to, not all of which I'm going to be able to do timeless on. I'm definitely going to top 1,000 by the time even this batch is done. It makes me happy whenever the surface noise is this low on the record, so I can just use it, you know, kind of like this, and see those triangular forms, the way that that more or less adds together. That's what the sound of audio does when you have a really good balance between lows and highs, is you wind up getting these composite shapes out of the sounds of lots of different things happening. Bits of it, like that's a little rounded section. A section like that is going to produce a pretty clean low note without a lot of overtones, but then you're going to have a lot of other stuff where that was our loudest bit, wasn't it? No, this was. It almost makes me think that I should be grabbing a couple of snapshots of the waveforms to throw into the timeless version so people can see what the actual wave looks like at times like that. Like here is very much voices and higher frequency instruments, not a bunch of drums, bass, and full band. Whereas if you have the band stuff going on, yeah, none of this says drums to me. Nice little sort of Leslie Ottawa thing going on. Yum, 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 yum. Also note a nice reverb. May be real, might be artificial. Real reverbs tend not to be digital bright. That's why I feel like that could in fact be a room. Real rooms often have that much smaller, darker quality, some of which I'm getting in my work on the headphone room reverb thing. They will tend to have that darker quality very often, and some of those funny overtones, the kind of roundness and stuff that you can get out of it. So that's going to be interesting. Time to save. Apologize for my clackety keyboard. I do like having the clackety keyboard. It is somewhat less helpful at times like this. Also, my amplitude is turned up loud enough to cover for when I'm on the retro laptop and farther away from the microphone. And I'm quite happy with that because I'm quite happy with resting my voice a little. I do so much of this streaming, he says, not being an actual streamer, and so I have no idea what people normally go through. It's kind of funny. I have recently had some turmoil in terms of the YouTubers and streamers that I follow and pay attention to. Some of it is sad, some of it is just kind of wait and see what transpires. This track is called Nothing Is Easy. And that track's called Fat Man, so I know which these are. We're going to kind of walk through this bit while I talk about other things, the best of my ability, and then we're going to roll into the coding section of our day, which is going to be a lot more interesting. This side is quieter than the other side. And that beginning has a little more in terms of low frequency wobble. Sometimes it just kind of depends. But yeah, they fit a little bit more onto this side. That's why it's so quiet. Still got the same basic waveforms. That is still clearly a drum sound. We'll do the normalize. Now that sounds like this. In a section that sounds like this. And we're not going to play the whole song. Do I have my fade here? Yes, I do. I think. Yeah, I think that's the fade. Let's truncate it a little bit more. Yeah, that's going to be the fade. And this is a track called Nothing Is Easy. It's a funny thing, like, look at this guy. Baby Ian Anderson. Baby Martin Barr. So yeah, I mean, he's a kid. He is a teenager, a wise-ass teenager. And it shows in the songwriting, but it's kind of wonderful anyhow. That is the person who doesn't capitalize all the letters in their song titles, and so I'm honoring that. And yeah, at some point it will be nice to get some of my King Crimson recorded, even if I cannot do timeless. A lot of this is giving me just a near infinite pile of tracks that I can draw upon for timeless. I'm just working on getting better and better at doing those. Because what I need to be able to do is do them real quickly so that I can put them out more often so that people can have more examples of great mixes that I grew up being familiar with, but that you don't necessarily get to hear anymore. That's really the purpose behind Timeless. Because the music that I make is based largely on having been able to hear all these things when I was a kid. And yeah, Crimson is very tough on copywriting, and you know, I like Robert Fripp so well that I don't want to fight him on that. I want people to be able to hear some of these sounds, even if it is through Content Hide D, and see how they measure. Like, in order to listen to Lark's Tongues and Aspect properly, you need to understand that the dynamic range of it is huge. Huge, huge, huge. It's a 1973 record, and the use of dynamic range on that record is wholly intentional and completely spectacular. Like, if you've got like, let's say Lark's Tongues part 1, where you got this little violin going, And then you get this part that gets the second bit where it snaps into the wah bass part. Wham. Sorry about distorting there. It's the dynamic, see. Even imitating it, I'm blowing up the dynamics. But you got a snare roll coming in. And then when guitar, bass, and drums hit with that wham, it is a giant spike that takes your head off. It is such a hard hit. And that's what using dynamics as dynamics is for. And it's not actually a hard hit in terms of the RMS level goes way up. It's not like a -6 LUFS hard hit. Instead, it is a giant spike that goes all the way up. And then the body of the sound, the RMS, is still fairly big. And then when it breaks into the part with the bass doing that, the overtones on that bass when the effect kicks in just go so loud. And that's all peak energy again. It's all peak energy. A neat little story about the Crimson as it relates to yes. Let me continue doing this. I'm going to try to keep this going. See, I have just recorded time in a word for making into individual songs. And with a bit of luck, I will get to use some of there's some very interesting things regarding time and it's interesting how the album is called Time in a Word, because that is the album where Bill Bruford was most experimental with time, partly because he's working with not the final platinum-selling keyboardist and not the final platinum-selling guitarist. It's Peter Banks and Tony Kaye, not Steve Howe and Rick Wakeman. And Peter Banks and Tony Kaye don't have a good sense of time. So when you got like Time in a Word, and that would be after they'd heard King Crimson, they're trying to do all these audacious things. And Bruford and Squire are capable of doing those things. And Peter Banks and Tony Kaye kind of aren't. They're great, they're awesome, but they are not at that musical level. I want to also play a cute little thing here. This is the song Fat Man, and it has an outlandish bongo solo, and I bet you I can play segments of the bongo solo. So that's probably Clive Bunker on bongos. Nuts. Quite bonkers. And yeah, like these riffs, that's kind of wild. Those are, bongos can only do single stroke rolls at that amplitude. He could be using his fingers to go, but it's not. It's totally not. It's like just going ham on the bongo. So that makes this song quite a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, and don't worry about distracting me from editing down the tull, because like what I'm here for today is doing my live stream, hopefully the 8 hours of live stream I like to do. And as long as I get the things I have set for me done, I'll be happy. I'd also like to rough in the broad strokes of the final 2 tape 7 because I think I have all of the basic pieces I'll need now. So we can have that finished by the end of today, although it's not going to come out immediately. I'd like to put out the, I guess tape bias is the one. I'm going to include that, but I would also like to put it out as a separate track, separate plugin, not a track. And yeah, these are huge bands for me. One of the things that I'm quite pleased about is that I managed to get into Genesis as well, because at the time that I was collecting all these records, I didn't know about Genesis. And I'm not exactly sure what put me off, but I simply was not aware of what Genesis was doing at the time. And probably when I heard bits of it, like here, let's keep moving. Here's a song called We Used to Know. And that's For Reasons for Waiting, and that's 4,000 Mothers. So I don't remember these by name because they're too obscure. 2 tape 7's going to be a lot better. Just saying. So let's see now. Copy, new. Oh, wait. Oh, I just did that wrong, didn't I? Let's undo that and copy rather than paste because I just did the wrong thing. This is the one I wanted. Isn't that cool? Got a little bit of wah guitar solo. This should be fun. Also, dynamic range, anyone? Compare that to how loud it was at the very end of that, and forget it, man. That effect also was done in Aqualung. That's clearly the same basic thing that you get on Aqualung, where the telephone voice. They're doing it here for the first time, 2 albums before Aqualung. This should be good fun. I see an obvious click. Don't need that. Peak. Here's our hottest peak for that channel anyhow. So add a more normal volume. That's how we start. So that's phone voice and that's normal voice. Normal voice. And then apparently endless guitar solo.
Take what we can, each to his own way.
Then he's singing out a little bit more, and then the final meltdown is them doing their Led Zeppelin thing. And yeah, Jethro Tull stand-up era. Great fun. And then again, the teenager shown on the album cover likes to, he's this close to having them all be in lowercase. So yeah, I would like to begin to tape 7 today. We should be able to at least be able to get the guts of it in there and working. I'll be updating each of its component parts and figuring out what I need to do. Probably I will want to start a new plugin for it rather than just working on what I've got, because I'm going to want to have a lot of controls available. 2 more, and then we're on to benefit. Reasons for waiting. Prettier one. I wonder if they had... Yeah, D. Palmer. So here's another funny thing. Every now and then I run into people who are following my YouTube and stuff. And they wonder about some of my attitudes towards things that aren't really musical related, or you would think that it weren't so musical related, such as my friend Zane. Like, the man that ran my first band called The End. It's a man named Zane. He's into the Kinks and the Who, so that's pretty testosterone laden. And Zane was born with some female parts that didn't suit him. I gave Zane some of my old shirts when Zane managed to get top surgery some years ago. And Zane now has a better beard than I do, and was always that. I grew up with this kid, led the first band that I was in. If I'm not mistaken, I was playing drums. And yeah, it was that or me on guitar, but I chickened out of playing guitar pretty early because I couldn't handle it, but I could handle hitting things, and so that was cool. You'll note that the credit for D. Murray on this album, those orchestral parts, strings on Reasons for Waiting, which, if I'm not mistaken, is this very one?
But make the word me fall.
Yeah, so this. Now it says strings. Why does it say strings when I'm hearing flute? Oh, there we go. So the strings on this album, and I've literally had this record since I was a teenager. And remember, well, maybe not a teenager, like college era. I would have gotten this when I was in the 1 year of college that I had. So, yeah. So I grew up with this record. The leader of the first band I was ever in is a guy named Zane, who was a trans dude friend, who I gave my shirts to, because absolutely I did. What else would I do? Coolest kid ever. And this album, sadly, dead names D. Palmer, because the person who arranged strings on this, and Benefit, and Aqualung, and all of the cool orchestral arrangements for all the Jethro Tull, is also a trans woman. And I grew up on this stuff. This music like saved my life. So you can call it based. I call it just, I'm a human being who has grown up with this. I'm 55 years old and I have grown up with this. You don't have to just stop with like Wendy Carlos. It ain't just Wendy Carlos, I'm sorry. D. Palmer counts. I listen to way more of D. Palmer's orchestral arranging work than I ever did of Wendy Carlos. And like, this is not a new thing. This is just how people have always been. Face it. Or don't face it, because if it's like, oh, that seems weird and scary and I'm not actually an egg and I don't feel it personally relates to me, then you don't have to face it. You just have to let people be who they are. But yeah, I get noisy about that kind of stuff because it's like, not only as a personal friend in that era, years before anybody knew anything, you could really do anything about that. I mean, I haven't looked into the details of D. Palmer and Wendy Carlos and stuff like that, but an interesting thing about it, for anybody who finds that sort of thing troubling, is when I was growing up, like, I always looked about 10 years younger than I actually am. Probably still do, but now that's fine. And I experimented with stuff along my own path and ended up being like, yeah, at heart, I'm a straight man. I am excited by women. I have a type of women that excite me. And it's not that I haven't tried things. It's that I tried the things and would end up having to think about women parts to, go. And you can't really make things into things that they're not, so just that's always, that whole world of people getting to be who they are has always kind of fascinated me, because I too have felt that I didn't really get to be who I was. The funny thing is that I ended up being a cisgender straight man and didn't really feel like that was okay for me to be, but ended up being just a core part of my identity. That's one of the reasons why my take on these things can be kind of pugnacious, because when I don't react like women as far as like, let's get all of my friends and compatriots talking with each other and harmonious and all fly in the same direction. I kind of don't register that stuff. I'm just like, yeah, if you mess with my friends, I'm going to yell at you. And that's basically how I work, because like, I'm a straight man and I'm governed by those types of reactions and have some of the assets and abilities you get from being very strongly male-coded. And you wouldn't have guessed it if you saw me at age like 15 or 16, because I would have made a really great twink, but I'm not really a Twinkie mindset. And so I just kind of abstained from a lot of life for a long time because I couldn't find where I would fit in. It just comes off as kind of personal to me in some ways. So Reasons for Waiting, featuring D. Palmer on orchestral arrangement and conducting. Maybe the association with D. Palmer was part of the reason why Ian Anderson has the softer sides and wants to title some of these songs in lowercase, rather than like, you wouldn't necessarily get like Steppenwolf titling everything in lowercase. They don't really do the orchestral arrangements, but some bands have their flexibility around that stuff, and the flexibility thing is really interesting. It really is. Like, in another lifetime when I didn't know anything about music, I could see getting into all of that side of things, being a YouTuber who would just constantly opine about all that manner of stuff, rather than a YouTuber who has things to say about music and audio engineering and leaves the other stuff relatively chill and then occasionally mouths off about it because it's personal and because I don't care if somebody comes around and like, oh, I like your audio engineering and I wish you wouldn't talk about those degenerate people. I'm like, nope, sorry, dude. I am a degenerate person myself in my limited way, very limited way. I'm awful vanilla. Right, simple. I just get defensive. I don't let people mess with my friends. It can be tricky sometimes. Like again, I mentioned probably an hour ago that my sort of little YouTube world has got a little odd in recent days. Because a number of things have happened in my sort of YouTube sphere. Typically not the YouTube sphere in terms of, like, I'm not collaborating with any of these people, but the one, yeah, I'm Gen X, 100%. And yeah, Sister Rose, you mentioned wholesome masculinity. We've just kind of, maybe, sort of, and maybe not, lost a role model like that. Beau of the Fifth Column has kind of retired. I can't tell whether maybe he thinks that we're basically safe now and so he doesn't have to be doing his thing, which he's been doing for the last 5 years, but he is a wonderful example of exactly that and is willing to own it. And he's laid down his primary channel, and I'm guessing his wife, she likes to be called Miss Beau, but she's taking over. Yeah, he has. And I guess his reasoning is, this is somebody I talk to all the time who has been forming my opinion and whose opinions I respect greatly. We are on the same page, and so she is now taking over. Go and check Beau's channel. There is this nice Southern lady now who is speaking for him, or speaking for herself, because it's not like she's speaking for him or he was speaking for her. They just share similar opinions. And it's as near as I can tell, as far as what Beau has done most recently. And let me keep this moving while I go. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Give me a second. I gotta be connected to this to do this. 4,000 mothers, all lowercase again. Yeah, I see. As near as I can tell, yeah, Sam is interesting. Emma turned me off a bit because she was one of the people who were really struggling with the idea of being stuck voting for Biden. And that made me real sad because I was like, well, unless he lays his sword, Mr. Biden lays his sword down, we have no choice. And so therefore, it's not really like fussing over how much it hurts that you're sad that he's not performing on these things is kind of irrelevant or even undermining. So I didn't like that stuff. Sam's another Gen X guy. I like that part. But yeah, Beau is laid down. I'm not sure whether it's forever, but what it is very clear, we might still be able to see him on the Roads with Beau channel. And I'm going to make a point of checking up on that, seeing whether he is still showing up for that. But the thing is, that guy always wanted to do direct action. He wants to go and literally bring like hurricane relief supplies to the people. That's what he really wants to do. He has much more reach as a YouTuber, and I think he's very worthwhile that way. But apparently he never really liked it, and he was churning out multiple videos a day for 5 years. That's a lot. I was saying like, oh, in my difficult streaming where I just do 8 hours twice a week, that's kind of nothing as far as being a professional YouTuber doing that thing is concerned. That doesn't really count. I'm not doing much in the way of streaming. It's really not that much. But Bo is doing multiple videos a day for years on end. And I think he just wants to go back to doing the direct action. You know, he was getting a lot of hate mail, but you never can tell as to whether people can survive that easily or not. And then there is another name that turned out to be a bit of a letdown. Like, there's various people that I follow doing various things. I was really pretty sad about the leftist guy Vaush, again, breadtube type person, being incredibly dismayed by Biden, and just, he was like, we're doomed, we're completely hosed, well, I guess you gotta do the thing, but, you know, and he wouldn't let up on that, and it was incredibly discouraging. And I had to step away from him for a while, and I ended up on a YouTuber named Xander Hall. And unfortunately, Xander Hall ended up being a bit of a letdown. He was good for determinedly sticking with coming up with decent things to say about Biden. Unfortunately, it turns out he was also being paid to literally do that, so that's a bit cringe. And so that undermines the fact that he was doing an anti-doomer arc, as he was, No, the thing about Xan is, in many ways, he's what he appeared to be, and it's authentic. In other ways, it turns out that the damage he experienced from being Xan, from being the person who's getting out of an abusive relationship and has been good and has learned about various things, the whole, like, DJ Mule Xander Hall is not your ally giant react video, which I've enjoyed a lot. Thing is, he's picked up some fleas from the dogs he's gone around with as far as learning and upbringing is concerned. So there's behind the scenes stuff. There is a recent Demon Mama stream. Demon Mama is you probably, Sister Rose, you would probably know Demon Mama. So go with Demon Mama's streams on this recent Xander Hall developments. You don't have to be as mad as Demon Mama, but Demon Mama helped him move across the country and really went to the wall for this guy. And his private behavior is not awesome. It is definitely worth an oh no, not Xan. Although you also kind of have to, like, well, people do have to grow up and deal. So you can't write him off as far as being doomed forever. But the recent stuff that he's got up to is not that awesome. Yeah, no, I would, similar feelings around being let down by some of Keffel's personal behavior for being let down by some of Xander Hall's personal behavior. As a much older person who has seen all kinds of things in my time, it's like, yeah, I just can't be that thrilled by Xan. And so, there is more to be learned about his treatment of the White Forest people. Let's just say that. And let me keep this moving while I go, because we do have this stuff to do. With you there to help me. This is a heavy rock song to start this album off. Yeah, like, whatever you have heard from the White Forest people, apparently there is worse. Demon Mama has all the receipts and has been on the inside of all of that and has been basically protecting Xan from some of his misbehavior, which I fervently hope he doesn't continue to do. Hang on, I didn't need to do that. I needed to do this. But yeah, that's enough of a letdown that I can't really enjoy that content. There's like, if you're familiar with Cherry's not been treated well. Cherry is Xander Hall's editor. I think it's fair to say that Cherry has not been treated well. That is perhaps a bit of an understatement, but I like understating sometimes, especially when it's... And, you know, the funny thing about that is I personally was trying to get a little bit closer to the Zan's chat and his crew, because I was like, oh, leftist person, this is in line with my interests. I would like to pay a little more attention to this, please. And Zan kicked me off of, banned me from his site chat because I had wised off. Here, this is a whole thing. And this editing clicks out is going to be a whole thing too. I'll tell you that right now. I got banned off of Zan's site chat because I was on the wrong live stream that I probably shouldn't have been on, because I don't have any great love for his darker drama explorations. Yeah, no, I show up in some of Zan's videos on YouTube in the site chat, but that will never happen again because I have been banned the heck out of his site chat. I sassed his taste in drama content. And for a while there, I was like, oh man, because I'd been banned off of, well, no, I told him I didn't like his, I'm not sure how good it is to say this on a live stream. I had enough of his blank people drama. Blank being S-word having to do with feces. And those, you know, I was like, oh, I don't like that SE people drama. And bam, insta-ban and never to return. And I had been banned by him by mistake on a politics stream, and his chat went to bat for me and got me immediately unbanned. And they were like, we like justice, we like justice. And I believe that is true, but unfortunately he doesn't live up to the possibilities of how nice his chat can be, because his chat can be very nice people, but so yeah, I got permabanned off of Xander Hall's site chat because I sassed his taste in content and spoiled his enjoyment of watching terrible people fight each other. And even before I learned that there were like sketchy things happening in his treatment of others, like the Silver Force people and more, I thought about whether I was being hypocritical, because I have this fascination with Gordon Ramsay content. And I've often thought, well, that's a little sketchy. What am I doing with that? Why do I want to see this authoritative man yell at, shame, and abuse bad people? And it's because of the same kind of thing that it's the same place Zan gets it from. It's very much because I get something out, double click. It's because I get something out of seeing this stuff that feels very familiar and like home, except for that now I'm not the one in trouble. And that's why I turn to Gordon Ramsay stuff and get so much out of hearing him yelling at somebody and calling them a donut, because I'm not the one at fault. I'm safe. The bad man is yelling at somebody and it's scary, but he's not yelling at me. I'm safe. And during the process of getting banned off of Zan's personal stream, I thought about that and I went, do I even want to be getting this thing of, this is my drama loop, but I am in a position of safety now, so I can watch other people be in trouble, or I can watch other people be bad. And you know, it goes way back, because I can tell you, my mom had a number of problems. She was this very straight-laced head nurse woman, and yet she was stealing drugs from her patients and was on opiates and had to get clean. And that's how I got clean, was I followed her into that. And one of the things that the middle-aged lady version of that same thing, the drama YouTube or the Gordon Ramsay, for her, it was reading about World War II atrocities. My mom got a lot out of reading these horrific World War II things, which is exactly the same thing. It's like, oh, I'm reading these stories of these horrifying people who have done horrifying, terrible things, and I'm not the one who has done these terrible things, and so I'm okay. And so my mom would read these stories about World War II atrocities, and that's what she got out of it, was that same feeling of safety, that same feeling of terrible things are happening and it's not my fault. So it just goes and goes generationally, and that's what ended up happening, or I mean literally ended up, that's what began with happening with Xanderhal, is he came out of the tales that he tells of the abusive upbringing are legit as heck. That kind of damage messes with you, and it messes with him, and so he is constantly vaping marijuana like all the time, which I found uncomfortable, but I would accept it because I'm not his mom, thank goodness. You don't want to be Zan's mom, yikes. And then it turns out some of his choices for, true crime people, same deal. Some of his ability to deal with people interpersonally on a private level is compromised by the abuse he suffered and the not really having enough time. And there, in the big video about Zan being beat up by DJ Mule, people, including Demon Mama, said that he was very good about picking us, particularly in public, I think is the deal. He was very good about being able to pick up on criticism and take it on board and learn from it. And I hope that is something that continues to be part of his makeup, because it turns out his interpersonal dealings with like the Silver Forest people and with Cherry, his editor, needed work. And that doesn't mean he gets to go and do over relationships that he's messed with. Like, he doesn't get to become friends with Demon Mama again, for instance. But going forward in the future, he's got to acknowledge the damage he's caused and be able to learn, to not do that anymore. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's simple. I've had to do similar things. I've been in a couple of romantic relationships where I'm not a good choice for that because I didn't have good role models. I managed, like my parents before me, they managed to do better than their parents had been to them. And I managed to be better than my parents had been with me, and it still was not enough. Period. So it becomes every step of the way you learn from the messes you make, and you have to move on and be like, I'm not going to make that level of mess again. Even if I try being in this situation again, I'm going to make a point of, is that a very crackly record, this? I can tell that is a record click because you see it's out of phase. I hope this whole record is not as crackly as this, because it's going to take me forever, but at least it's relatively brainless work, so I can at least talk while doing it. And the first track on the record is always going to be the noisiest. Also, I am kind of misleading here. If these are not louder than the loudest drum hits, I don't have to do them now. I can get back to it, or I can write a plugin to do it. In fact, let's grab a couple of the larger ones, and then let's go and find a peak. Always assuming, of course, that those are. Yeah, that's a click. Peaks, clicks versus like something else. Bored with declicking, I think. I think we're bored with declicking now. Yep, see, that would be... That is, in fact, the loudest noise on the album for now. So I can do this. I can just hit Command P and it'll keep finding clicks and pops for me until it finds a drum hit. Or whatever that is. And then I can normalize and be done with it and get all those rest of those clicks away later, because otherwise I'll drive myself nuts dealing with it. Waveguide, eh? I honestly don't know what that is. Maybe I'll find out at some point. And yeah, as you can see, we do have some giant clicky clicks in here that we're not going to want. But I'm going to leave most of those alone because I'll get the ones in the fade. How about? Because I can always, it's being saved as FLAC, so I can go back in later. So there's our loudest waveform. With you there to help me. Let's see if he is also doing lowercase again. Oh, pff. Did I call it or what? All of the album titles on this one are fully lowercase. No capital letters in here at all. Let's see if it's the same on the record. I bet not. Nope. Nope, the record is full caps. He doesn't get to control the record label. Let's see. Yeah. So we're going to go with that then. I think it's really cute that we have entire genres. Yeah, see, lowercase. I wonder if the band's lowercase now. Nope. All caps. Also, note that for Michael Collins, Jeffrey, and me, Michael Collins and Jeffrey are capitalized. And Saucity, You're a Woman is capitalized, implying that Saucity is a name. But yeah, we're going to honor that. And I'm going to take a moment and see whether they've got the songs in lowercase on the Wikipedia entry. Because often the case of the song titles is represented in the Wikipedia. I kind of suspect it's not, but this is how it's drawn in the album title. So let's see. Same deal. much darker. That's mood-wise. I think it's actually on the bright side. More advanced recording techniques. That's basically 1960s crazy panning and weird effects. Doing all manner of goofy stuff on this one. It's like Magical Mystery Tour of the Jethro Tull. Glenn Cornick apparently didn't like stand-up. Reverse tracking, wobbling with the tape speed. That's plainly heard when they do that. It is absolutely hard rock. Excuse me. And interesting. So we've got capitalization that isn't all caps for everything, but it's sort of, style guide caps. I'm going to keep it as all lowercase because that's what it is on the real vinyl record album cover. I wonder whether there is any reference to the capitalization. Low importance. Bah. Edit history? Oh, that's not going to work, is it? So we're not going to touch this, although it is, in fact, Wikipedia. What I want to do is show what has happened to it. Not much. Okay, good enough. So my capitalization is going to be as it appeared on the original album, including if and when I make timelesses of it. I'll probably mention that just because I think it's kind of neat. And yeah, that's part of what this whole thing is about, is being able to make the audio reference library so that other people can hear what I've heard. I think that's important. We're going to keep doing that this morning until we're done, and then we're going to switch over to the plugins again. I do have specifics in mind as far as that. So this is the track Nothing to Say. And it starts with a click immediately. So let's not have the click immediately. There we go. Ends with silence. And we'll step through the various record pops until we get to a drum hit. Could probably do with taking that one away as well, but it's not significant enough to matter. That would be drum hit or combination of sound. Aqualung has drums mixed much hotter than this. That means I can, again, it's being saved as FLAC, so I can go back in and remove clicks later if I want. Or if I'm making a timeless of it, I can go through and clean off all the record clicks in the way that I'm doing. Making a plugin to do that is tempting, but doing it manually is very, very clean. Let's see now. Save. Maybe that's why it's so lowercase, is they were having a crappy time while doing it. Yeah, I suppose I could say that. The thing that was going on in the getting banned out of Xanderhall's site chat is I told him that I'd had enough of crappy people drama for the day, except for I didn't say crappy. And boom, that was it. And that was it. And, at this point, I'll keep it. I didn't even know that I would end up having objections to anything he did. And yet, turns out, I'm happy enough to keep that status. So let's see, inside, sun. Some of these are rather short. Oh, this one is heavy, light, and then heavy again. This one is the one I'm working on right now. Inside. Again, you gotta love these old Warner Reprise albums for sound. They can have a really vibey 60s sound to them. There's another heavy track. Here's another example of, let's find the clicks. There's one. And that's not a click, that's a drum. Excuse me. Nice sounding basses as well. You can't see it that clearly though. Some of this stuff you can fairly clearly see things like what the bass is doing. Oh, look at that. So there we have. That's definitely not going to be a pop, I don't think. Yeah, it's a clap. Probably tomorrow I will go through all of those Genesis albums I have waiting for this to be done with them. If I wasn't chatting, I'd probably be burning through this faster, but it's all fine. Inside. Lowercase. As it is represented on the album cover. I don't think this is that great of a song, honestly, but I'll keep it. Keep it for listening to. We'll take that out. Clearly part of a waveform, so we'll keep that. Heavy, heavy, heavy Jethro Tull.
I only
And quiet part in the middle.
needs to be.
Who has the right to tell me what I might do? He's such a teenager in this album. It's wonderful. and then back into the heavy stuff. It is called Sun. You know, I'll say this. If YouTube poops were a lot quieter, I'd be more likely to hear them. They tend to be on the unlistenable side. They tend to make horrible sounds on purpose. That's something that usually puts me off. This is a very pretty song. It's called For Michael Collins, Jeffrey and Me. Jeffrey is presumably still the bass player on Aqualung. Oh, I think that's a pop. I think that's a click. Do we have more clicks? No, that's probably a... Yep, full band. That's why this gets louder. This is a wonderfully dynamic song, though. Like, it starts this quiet. Ends this loud.
So please imply I'm with you by
My balance seems a little bit off.
behind when I
But that's clearly the waveform it's supposed to be, so I don't think I should mess with it. Let's call that fine. It's pretty close, honestly. It's within a dB or two of centered. Some of these you can't really tell. Like I had a traffic album that I did the other day. Multiple fairly loud sounds that were close to mono, so it would continually fool you into thinking like, oh, I have to adjust it. No, wait. No, that other part that came in is now a little bit to the side again. Save. No, I had it right. And that is how that is spelled. Right. Side 2's first song is also really strong. And really loud. Side 2's first song also is going to need a little cleaning up, but we're not going to go too bonkers with declicking this one. I would like to, as much as it's nice to hang and chat, and particularly since Sister Rosa showed up and we got to talk about some of these things in my YouTube watching experience. And yeah, my reaction also was, oh no, not Zan. But, yep, there it is. I don't want to spend literally the whole stream only doing this. Like to do some other things too. Coding things. It says I'm going to do coding things on my stream title. I see that pop right there. I'm going to take it out. They're not very neat splices, but oh yeah. The noises that makes are high frequency noises. Partly high frequencies, partly lower frequencies as the body of this continues to fill in. Don't want to take too much time out of it. And changes to ring. Great little song, lots of riffs in it and stuff. And that bit's actually this loud. Very awesome song, this. I could easily see including this in one of the Timeless. Because not only is it so awesome, but also people have probably not heard it. This was not nearly as big as Aqualung. There's even stuff I could learn as a performer. The harmonies on the verse of the song are not like high-pitched, squealy harmonies. It's not like Crosby, Stills, and Nash stuff, but there's a great warmth to it. The harmony singing sounds wonderful. Let's see. Time for Everything and Teacher. This was the hit off of this album. But not this, the one after it. Bear in mind with my stuff, it's very possible for an older one to be the correct thing regardless of whether it's been updated recently or not. I update stuff when I feel I can make it better. There are some things I can't. Sometimes I don't have anything better to do with any. I'm not saying that's the case for that one, but I am saying that can be the case sometimes. Yeah, 2 vinyl's cool. You've got stuff in 2 vinyl. That's good. Oh, hey, I get to save this one right away. It might have clicks in it, but they're not louder than everything else. So this was the hit off of this album. Neat, neat, neat. Pleased to hear it. Great guitar sound. Also, look at how that looks like a skip, but it's not. It's a drum. So I wonder if you've heard this bit before. Well, let's normalize it. As long as I'm playing little tiny bits of it, let's play them in such a way that
So I took a journey through my world. With me when the teacher.
this was the song off of this album. The hit song off of this album. Giving us only 2 more songs, and then we can put this part away. And I will stop and I will go and make another cup of coffee, and I'll come back and we'll do coding. But it's nice, even if I'm not moving as fast on this as I would like, to get this out of the way so I have these ready for when I want to use them. Or indeed listen to them. I mean, it's been a while since I have made a mixtape for the car and put these in, and there's going to be a reason for me to do that. I'm thinking about measuring everything, which will take forever, but measuring everything and then making mixtapes, which is like, these are the A tier energy level for when I want to be speeding, right? And then this is the B tier for the biggest hits, and here's C tier, or here's all the D tier stuff where it's just going to be more relaxing. It's just not going to be as aggressive. So you go to the Autobahn and then play all the A tier tracks. Saucity, your woman, has a very interesting tambourine part that I'll show you when we get there. And I'm going to take that little click out of the fade, because there was just the one. That's clearly part of the sound. Normalize. This is play in time. Oh, this is when they said, "Oh, we did much better things in the studio this time." They did this. They did that. That was their idea of like, oh, we're doing great things in the studio now. So kinda, but yeah, I'm sorry. That's guys in the studio in the 1960s getting really high and doing crazy things, which is fine. That's fine. But I mean, it's not, that doesn't make it a better song, let's put it that way. Play in time. And we try to play in time and we feel like singing. And then they're talking to people that are in my way. It's a funny song. One thing about it, it's one of the heavy songs. It's one of the heavy Jethro Tull songs of this era. And as far as Tull having a sense of humor, you know, Thick as a Brick is a joke. I didn't know this the entire time I was growing up. I grew up thinking it was the most deep crap imaginable. And indeed, it stands up fairly well that way, but it wasn't intended as serious. It was intended as a gag. Astonishing. But it also goes to show you, like, it's a neat band when they can, like, do musical jokes and stuff and get away with it. And now let's see what our massive peak is for, yep, part of the music. We'll normalize it.
And sorry paper did.
So here's what most of the song sounds like.
Kiss you pretend the big night, the big.
But then when the chorus kicks in, you have a tambourine that's presumably being played by Clive Bunker that just goes off. And I'll show it to you.
It's
Listen to how fast that thing's going. That's nuts. So yeah, the chorus gets livened up by that happening. Come to think of it, let's watch it on meter before we close this. If we were to watch that stuff go by, it's mostly pretty chill. And then the next thing you know, well, hang on a second though.
right.
Oh yeah, I have a large area selected. So this is all this stuff before the tambourine comes in. And then you see it showing up down here, and you see it showing up here. The texture of this song has changed similarly to a electro or a house music track where it's going along with this texture, and the next thing you know, it's going along with this texture, and then it stops and goes back. Right there. So there you have it. You've got like chill guitar playing and singing and stuff. The next thing you know, here is that tambourine coming in, and that tambourine is filling up the entire top end of the track and just making everything be alive. It just lights up. And then the chorus is over and it's gone. It's just a neat arrangement thing. It's changing the texture of everything completely. These transitions. Clean little transitions between this texture and this texture. And it's just neat. Like, I grew up listening to this kind of stuff, and it set the tone for what I considered music was. I have no idea what any of that means. Is that a semicolon? It is. So the lyrics to this one confuse the heck out of me. I have no idea what this means, but that's its name. And that finishes our editing down of Jethro Tull records for the day. At least until I go and record a bunch more Jethro Tull records, because there's a bunch of mid-70s ones that I haven't got. Or rather, I have them, but I haven't recorded them down. So we're down to 12 entire records that I need to edit down. And we're going to call that done. And that's as many Jethro Tulls. And I did the Marvin Gaye this morning, and Devo was all yesterday, and good enough. So now I'm going to, it's 11:32, I'm going to make another cup of coffee, probably my final cup of coffee for the day. And I will be back with that. I'll set you up with Taming the Zoxen. I won't be taking 18 minutes, mind you, but I'll set you up with this. I'll put my records away, and I'll be back with my cup of coffee. Laters. Got to set it up so that you can see how it measures on meter. That being a side effect of how I do this. Here we are again, and here we are again. Excuse me. Although I'm going to take a moment and check something. Man, it's hot outside. Yeah, so I'm glad that I have my fans going, even if it's a little annoying for audio purposes, because it's stupid hot outside. And hopefully I will get by on the back of that. And I've also got a job to do. I think I can copy this over to Workshop. Seems appropriate. Then command drag this over to Shuttle, because this is the reference I must make. It's going to take a little while. It's close to 800 megs of audio examples. Yeah, Simon mentions a thing about mixing. So consider this possibility. If everything is close, nothing can be close. You should look to arrangement. If everything is close, nothing can be close, much like if everything is loud, nothing can be loud. Oh, come on, you. Well, that didn't copy properly at all. So I had better have not lost the ones that I cared about. Although if I did, that's okay because I have it backed up on the main computer. Still, a little concerned about that behavior. It like ejected the desk while I was trying to use it. That doesn't seem good. However, we're getting there. Very good. This being my transport, this being my transport. And now this is much less easy to figure out what I'm doing. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just open this up over here as well. Workshop constitutes stuff that I am working on. And this shows me the choices I'm making. Okay. So I can look at this, and I can code over here. And I probably don't need to monitor these. But for example, this is one of the ones that I will choose to do stuff with. These are all here for me to be able to listen to, but this is the reference I must use for setting up my new thing. So let's set up the new thing. Yeah, an observation on snare dullness or brightness, Simon, before that scrolls away too far, is question whether you want a snare to be that bright. And know that you can have a line showing up for the snare. You don't necessarily have to have the snare not creating any vertical lines. The question is whether the line is so beyond the beyond that it just covers up everything. You could intentionally design the snare to have exactly the vertical line you want because you know it is where you want it to be. K chamber. Well, my most recent tape delay is not bad as far as that's concerned. Probably another thing that I can include with all of this stuff is build in tape echo functionality to the new to tape, or at least come up with something to include it. Yeah, like you're allowed to have lines on the slew meter if you just want everything to be bright as hell. Maybe you just want everything to be bright, in which case you want to have all the lines exactly where you want them. You want to have the lines on things that you want to be bright, such as the snare. And you want the line probably not to extend upwards beyond the gray area that's drawn on there. Oh, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Like, you can get really bright, edgy stuff going on in the 80s, and then meter will still not, like, I'll show you something. Let's take just a moment. So some of my recent stuff that I've been doing. Yeah. So this is very bright.
Wake me up.
But
Wake me up.
even though that's very bright, observe that it's not doing anything in the lines. And that's because as far as doing peaks versus RMS, that also applies to high frequencies. So if your snare drum has onset transients, which are that aggressive, and yet the rest of it sounds dull, you probably have one transient that's louder than all the others, and that's the one that's doing what you observe doing. With something like this, it's really heavily doctored for everything to be all super bright all the time. Oh, are you hearing it and then going, how is this possible? Yeah. Are you hearing this? And hearing the little snippets of it? And going, why can't I get it to be this bright without the spikes? Good call. I'm not surprised that this is something that would fit your ear. This is, of course, Wham. Their biggest hits, like that first album. So you'll notice there is a spike right there. What's happening here is a lot of compression, and the amount of total energy that goes into the highs is restricted. In order to make giant spikes in the highs, you have to pump a lot more energy into it than that. It's all kind of smoothed out. And yeah, you'd be able to do this and have low end. So the reason it looks the way that it looks is that all of these peaks are in this little band up around here. You could try my plugin acceleration, which is like an acceleration limiter. I doubt it, no. Old school aught. We're not going to get into that one today. Think of it like dedicated compression on the highs, which is almost certainly what this is. And that means that the highs are always pretty loud, but it's like... So actually, I can say we're not going to get into that today. But Sister Rose, in a sense, you're correct. That's kind of like the sort of thing aught would do, is do a aggressive compression and limiting on various frequency bands. Oh, well, that will help you a great deal when you do. Red dots mean there is slew energy. The slew energy is drawn directly on the second meter. Top meter is peak, second meter is slew. It is scaled so that it sort of balances out. Typically, when things become louder, both the peak and the slew get louder. So what you'd be looking at here, red dots are just dots, the same as all the other dots, but where the slew is greater than the peak energy. High frequencies are when the slew is greater than the peak energy. So the red dots always mean lots of high frequencies, which is what you were hearing and what you were wanting. When it's lots of green dots, the high frequencies are less, the slew energy is less than the peak energy, and that's when you see green dots. For Wham, it's always just all the red dots all the time. This is a band where I greatly suspect they are using the trick which I have just made available to you in Doubly 2. I have put out Doubly now, so you can play with this now. Blue means optimal balance between peaks and slew. Blue and red here means optimal balance, brighter or darker, down here where these green dots are. And it'll roughly tell you whether your brightness relative to peaks and loudness is too much or too little. If it's all green dots, in those areas the brightness is too little. You can compress to get around that. Why do I not have Doubly 2 in here? We're going to refresh this list so I can see whether I can load up my own plugin in my own computer. I don't know why it would have got by me. I will probably see as we go through the Ds whether it's going to do that for me or whether I need to do something else. Maybe or maybe not. So Simon, you're probably going in the right direction towards understanding this. I'm not sure if I'm doing justice for you as far as being able to explain it. The sound of this particular album sounds very much like they literally used a Dolby unit. That's why I wanted to demonstrate Doubly for you. Sister Rose, you would be correct that guitar and bass tube amps can indeed saturate the highs quicker. That's partly the saturating the speakers as well. So let's see whether I've got my damn Doubly 2. If not, I may or may not just give up on the I don't. Well, that's frustrating. Let's roll with the frustration. How about? Let's roll with the frustration. We will do a thing where we transform something into the Wham track, and even though we can't listen to it directly, we will play with it and we'll do that thing to it. And what I must do is, let's just get it directly out of this. I'm in no mood for futzing around. W2 VST, option drag makes it copy. We place it in there and then we got to go and do this all over again. And let's start with something that is not overly bright. Now I have to run another program to be able to hear that, but that can be arranged. Or at least it could be arranged if this was working right. Oh, I'd be able to hear it if I wasn't plugged into the other laptop. Give me a moment. I'm going to make all of this stuff work so that I can demonstrate the thing for Simon. Simon, you're behind the times. There's literally a plugin available for you right now that you can use. I'm going to show you how to use it. I feel like if this is going to be that big of a revolution for you, I totally should walk you through it. So we're going to do that. We're going to do the wham brightness thing literally today. This is still too bright though, so I don't like that. Music, flex, Airwindows singles. Let's find something that could use a little boosting. And then we'll go back after we're finished doing all this, because I should. Sunburns to zero in the words, and the rainbows to serve. So it's kind of brightish, and we can demonstrate this. This is the original analog console mix. And by analog console, I mean the heritage, just the line mixer. Sunburns to zero in the now this is not actually dark. We have spikes and everything. So the question is, even though that is not dark at all, can I get the kind of effect that we were talking about, or at least hype it up? Remember the one that I showed you in Wham? All of these red dots were concentrated in this little area, this narrow little area. Let's maybe revoice this so that it does need help. For instance, low pass it. Nearly what I deserve. And we gotta put it in front of meter or it won't matter. This is forever. 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 Memories burned in my soul. So now we remix this with a simple filter. So now it's actually balanced, but we definitely don't have the brightness thing that you're talking about. It totally doesn't sound like Wham, and all of our dots are green because we are bassier now. Next thing we do is, firstly, we're going to refresh the VST2 list. Hopefully, we'll be able to access it in the effect stack we've got going on, because that's the next thing. And yes, I do have to do that again. So we have to let this walk through its little thing and go and find all the plugins it needs to use, including the one that I've just added to its list. I don't know how I failed to have W2 show up, but we're making it show up this time. And yeah, the thing that was blowing Simon's mind is I was playing Wham and letting you hear little bursts of it, and it wasn't making those lines, and that's actually very significant. So here's what we're going to do. Firstly, let's see if this still works. So we're dark. Green dots, no red dots. We could just add red dots again, and we could add them to the point where they are evenly filling up this area, but what if we can do something else? Looking for VST2 effects. We're still not freaking showing. Hang on. We're quitting out of this entirely and starting over, including filtering over. Unfortunately, I see no other way of doing about it. Let's see. Firstly, now can we see the damn plugin? Yes. W2. There it is. There it is. That's the one. So now that we can see the damn plugin, we start this stuff up again and add a recent effect. And because Twisted Wave remembers whatever your settings are for whatever effect you used, so this has actually gone back to what I had.
This is forever. This is forever.
I just have to move it in front of meter, like this.
This is forever. This is.
And now we can load up W2. There you go, quite recent. So with this one, what you do is this. It's a tape driver. So using it in encode and decode, this is a very subtle effect, unless you use a boost. And even then, I haven't moved it to be in front of meter, so you can't actually see any of that. Let's start over.
Is forever. This is forever. This is forever. This
so we've got all those running.
Come where a rose fills.
Not obvious, right? And you can use it to boost.
Go without fear to.
We're not doing that right now. But notice it has enc amount and dec amount. The wham thing that we probably heard could very easily have been using a Dolby encode without the accompanying decode, or using the encode twice. And I'll show you what that does. You can also do that and go into the saturation and then not decode. So when we do that,
the spot where my darling was true. Sunburns to sear in the words, and the rainbows to serve. Grow with my heart and become nearly what I deserve.
absolutely using it as an effect.
This is forever. This is forever. This is forever. This is forever.
And notice the distribution of the red dots. It's now the same as it was on the wham track. We're pushing it kind of aggressively hard. You can use a little bit of the decode if you want.
All for fair, all for foul. Did you believe in the cold as the wind starts to howl? Broken in myriad ways, and a life just to leave behind the treacherous gaze. Love does battle with need. Don't you recognize?
And then if we switch it out,
seasons,
and switch it
for
back
a
in.
precious time, we love beyond reason.
Please don't
out.
shed a tear, nor shall I for
Watch
what
what
was mine.
the red dots are doing.
Sing it not for never, but for once upon a time.
In fact, we can even let it have all the original highs again, and then turn W2 on without filtering it. Looks like we have to wait for this in the end.
Don't you recognize the passing of seasons? Seasons,
So here we have flat,
for a precious time, we love the
and
on.
then here we just hyper
Reason,
boost.
reason, please don't shed a tear, nor shall I for what was mine. Sing it not for never,
We can just pat it down.
but for once upon a time.
And you see we don't have the spikes in here. Whereas if we leave it on this, let me move this around a little bit so that
Forever, this is
I can,
forever.
about that.
This is for never. Come where a rose fills my
So here we have totally unfiltered,
in the garden.
and we're making some moderate spikes there, but it's dark as anything. And then we can do this.
Where my darling was true.
Less spikes, even though we are now so high frequency hyped that it's unreal.
And the rainbows to serve. Grow with my heart and become nearly what I deserve. This is forever. This is forever. This is
Pull it right back.
This is forever. This is forever. This is forever. This is forever.
And then the decode can take it back away again.
Forever. This is forever. This is forever. Come where a rose fills my thought in the garden of you.
So that's how that's done. So what's happening, I can probably show you in the waveform. So let's set this up to go. And one of the things I was talking about,
To the spot where my
this is the raw sound without anything being done to it.
sun burns to sear in the words and the rainbows to serve. Grow with my heart and become nearly what I deserve.
So now we still do have high frequency stuff in here, and there might be something I can do with that too. Let's whip out Airwindows acceleration. Or better still, acceleration 2 is going to be a more recent take on that. So it's probably going to be preferable. And we're going to put it after doubly, and then we're going to further restrict.
Is forever. This is
In fact, let's
forever. This is
that
forever. This is 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 forever.
I'm now wondering whether this is
Forever. This is forever. This is forever. Come
Oh yeah, no, that worked.
rose fills my thought in the garden
to the spot where my darling was true. Sunburns to sear in the words, and the rainbows to serve. Grow with my heart and become nearly what I deserve.
All super high frequencies. We've got next to no spikes. In fact, we can use the output pad.
This is forever. This is for never. This is forever.
And we could probably use a swoop clip to absolutely stop that. So maybe the limiting is not my final form here. Let's break out a proper slew clipper of some kind. Like golden slew is often good. The way this is working, I keep having to move the new things up into the path of all this other stuff. Let's hide that and see if we can do it with this.
This is for never.
Spikes.
This is forever. This is for never. Them for never.
Hard clip.
This is forever. This is
Are you beginning to see how this works?
Come where a rose
Doesn't matter how much we push it.
in the garden of you.
There's a limitation to the maximum clip.
Without fear to the spot where my darling was true.
Now we have two black lines here.
In the words and the rainbows to serve. Grow with my heart and become nearly what I deserve.
Now let's see whether we can't get it, because right now we've got it so aggressive that it's just unbearable.
This is forever. This is forever.
Does that actually go?
This is forever.
So back to normal.
Forever. This
Nothing's happening except golden slew. Now nothing's happening at all.
forever. This is forever.
And we're going to try to make all of this high frequency hash just cranked as hard as it can go without actually making any black spikes show up. See, we've got the spikes in here, and this is what Simon was having problems with.
Without fear to the spot where my darling was
So no tape drive, no decode, no out pad, but now if we clip, the slew clipper is stopping it.
Grow with my heart and become nearly what I deserve. This is forever. This is forever.
Whereas this is the raw sound.
This is forever. This is forever.
So here's what we do to it.
Forever. This is forever. This
How's that on Airwindows?
forever. This is forever.
And then we can also push the drive a little bit.
Forever. This is forever. Come where a rose fills my
But if the slew clipper is stopping the maximum slew from getting to be too much, no matter how hard we push it, we're never going to get a spike.
to the spot where my darling was true. Sunburns to sear.
And a lot of this stuff can go to a place where it's
The rainbows to serve.
distorted and too loud, or not registering in other ways.
My heart and become nearly what I
Again, we switch all this stuff off.
This is forever.
and we can darken it like crazy.
This is forever. This is forever. This is
With that,
forever.
stop
This
registering.
is forever. This is forever. This
Okay, I did. Oh, no, I've got it bypassed.
forever. This is forever. This is
So we can darken it like this.
Come where a rose fills my thought in the garden of you. Go
Dry.
without fear to the spot
Low pass
where my
makes the high frequency stuff go away.
burns to sear in the words and the rainbows to serve.
Doubly compresses them
With my heart can become
as much as you want.
nearly what I deserve.
And then we've still got those spikes. Hopefully it's going to wrap around to the original part again. Or I will patiently wait for it to. No, let's not. Let's not wait.
Forever in the garden of you. Go
So,
without fear
brightness or no extra brightness.
where my darling was true. Sunburns to
But we can push the brightness so hard that we have these spikes now. Again,
and the rainbows to
we can put an acceleration limiter on.
with my heart can become nearly what
That's the aggressive acceleration limiter.
garden of you. Go
If we slow down the acceleration limiter,
with the spot
we
where
can come right again.
darling was true.
Or we can kick it back in.
To sear in the words and the rainbows to serve. Grow with my heart.
And if we crank out the acceleration limiter, it's stopping any of that high frequency stuff from getting through. But you don't want that. You want the really bright sparkly thing, like with all the dots up here. So we split the difference.
The spot where my darling was true. Sunburns to sear in the words and
Doubly until we have the red spots everywhere, but we have some of these spikes. And then acceleration will stop the spikes from happening.
nearly what I in the garden of you. Go without fear to
No matter how much we push,
where
the
my
highs.
darling was true. Sunburns
And I can just continue exaggerating it if it's a problem.
in the words and the rainbows to serve. Grow with my heart.
That is because we're doing a sort of compressed, light, high frequency boost with doubly. That's part of what doubly does. And then we're throwing a massive high frequency limiter afterwards. And that's going to restrain the high frequencies from getting louder.
And the rainbows to serve.
But we could also just hit golden sleeve.
Can become
And golden sleeve can stop all the high frequencies like this. Now none of the high frequencies can go beyond that point. Sorry, Sweeter, we'll get back to it.
Sunburns to sear in the words and the rainbows to serve. Grow with my heart and become.
Don't worry about it.
What I
I'll stop doing this as soon as Simon is like, I am willing to try the new thing. I have done my best to demonstrate.
Where my darling was true. Sunburns
Here, let's take the top up.
and the rainbows to serve.
Golden slew restriction less, highs more.
Nearly what I in the garden of you.
golden slew restriction more, highs less.
And the rainbows to serve.
And then lastly, if we're doing all of this, and we have this massive high frequency boost, which is a compressed like boost, much like Sister Rose mentioned, it's not a little bit unlike OTT, and it's not. Instead, it is W2. It's W2 without any decode. And if we don't have the acceleration limiter, we got lots of spikes down here. And you didn't understand how it was possible to have something as bright as the Wham record without lots of those high frequency spikes, and it's because it's off of a vinyl record, and vinyl records routinely use acceleration limiters. Acceleration 2 is an acceleration limiter.
To the spot where my darling was true. Sunburns to see.
So when you don't have the acceleration limiter and you boost the high frequencies, they go up to here. When you turn the acceleration limiter on, it tones everything down a bit because it's not letting the slew get too out of hand. This also ties in a little bit with what we see in vinyl record mastering, which people normally consider to be way over their heads. But it all kind of ties together. And with a bit of luck, that is some kind of usefulness. I'm going to hope that answered your question, Simon, or at least gave you new stuff to play with. Again, here's the stuff you should play with if that's the area you're trying to work in. Doubly without decode for that hyping the high frequency stuff, and acceleration to put a limit to how far that high frequency stuff can go. Or straight up use a slew clipper, and then it will make it not be able to go. And you would be surprised. Let me show you something else. So this is all good fun. This is a direct-to-disc track by the Climax Jazz Band. So it is quite possible to do vinyl like this. As you can see, this is not exactly limited or restricted. In particular, those high frequencies are not very suppressed. It's not an inherent limitation of vinyl. In fact, I could fire up like Span and show you that the high frequencies of this record go way beyond 20K. So this is literally off vinyl. It's a direct-to-disc track. This also means this doesn't have like Dolby or anything because there's no tape. So this is more like the Target. And we'll stop it there. So yeah, not to worry it's more a question of what you're trying to get sound-wise, and that's why we dragged out that doubly thing. In fact, we could almost even reproduce it here, but I'm not sure that's really worth it, since we can't actually listen to this continually. But who can resist? So if we did the same thing to this, although hang on, I'm doing it wrong. That looks like it's supposed to be the right thing, but it's really not, because that has to be in front of meter. Check this out. Add a little doubly, and all of a sudden we are way the heck too bright. Turn it off. And I have to go back to the previous bit because it's all going to be too quiet. There we go. So no doubly. And then in code only, we'll bump it immediately up to all the brightness. Everything is too bright now. No more blue dots, no more balance, no more bass. But then we can also add our acceleration limiter. And when we add our acceleration limiter, we're still just all the brightness all the time. But we don't have nearly as many of these gray spikes here. We've restricted the amount of total brightness that can happen. So that's kind of how you do that. And if we take doubly back out, we're more or less back to what we started, because acceleration 2 is not going to be restricting. Well, let's find out. No acceleration 2. And then we turn it on and see what changes in the red dots that signify the high frequency stuff in slew. That's going to put a limit on how high these peaks can go, and in fact that's exactly what has happened. Yes. A acceleration limiter stops the meter from moving suddenly. Like with this, it would be a very sudden motion. So here is the interesting comparison. Notice how the high frequency dots are all throughout everything here. They're occupying largely the same space, as this is not really all that hyped, it's just accurate. It's a direct-to-disk recording. If we put acceleration, we've now stopped the high frequency dots from going too high. I think this is going to be a better overall sounding one, but then if we add doubly, but not crazy amounts of doubly, we've moved the area in which the red dots show up from sort of this general range we've moved the quietest ones up in volume to where we're no longer even getting as good of a sound, but it's the bright kind of sound that you want. And by you, I mean literally you, Simon. And we can confine it, balancing these two things against each other. So in doing that, we are balancing that cloud to try to create an effect that was formerly done on this record. It'll get going. Okay, so study this area. And then we're going to move on. I have plugins to do, but study this area. See how the high frequency noise doesn't occupy this full range? Instead, it is above. It's this narrow band, and that's what you're shooting for in terms of your particular taste in the way you want the sound to work. But you don't want all those spikes coming through, which are the sound of the high frequency peaks getting even louder. All that is wrapping around. It appears to make different behaviors, but it's not a different behavior. It is just wrapping around. It is the red dot signifying slew activity, going higher and higher as it gets louder and louder. And then as it goes beyond this point and would have to start overwriting on top of this meter, it wraps around and comes out the bottom of this meter as gray or black spikes. And my take on that is that's when it starts to sound obnoxious, and so we want to avoid that. You can plainly see in this mix, which is in fact a good mix and works, that when especially the singing kicks in, you've got intensely compressed highs, much like with the Dolby unit. It's raising all the highs up in this way, although you still have bass and things happening too. And then the high frequency limiting, this would not be the case on the CD, I bet you. The high frequency limiting is stopping the vinyl record from letting those high frequency peaks get too loud, with a process much like my acceleration 2. And so, nothing poking through here. That's how that's done. It is separating out the highs into a special band. It's compressing them. Doubly simply applies U-law to it, which is a 2-to-1 compression ratio. And then restricting the high volume of the super high frequencies, stopping it from poking through here. And if the red dots go up beyond this line, they'll go into here. In fact, I can even demonstrate that. All I need is the right plugin to do it. This is the right plugin to do it. Watch. I am going to have to move it up to here, but that's fine. So here we are. And now we've just boosted. And now we've just cut. And here's our full highs. And then we move all those dots even farther. And now we have way too much highs. We pull back the way too much highs until we stop distorting the heck out of everything. And now we have way too much highs in a way that's obnoxious. Because we're not compressing, limiting, or slew clipping the slew right now. We're only changing the equalization using the plugin Air 3, which will do that. So we can dial all those highs up or down as we see fit using this plugin, but we're not dynamically compressing them at all. And that's why we see the big mess in the middle where we made it so loud that everything distorted. I think that's as much as I can do for you here. We're going to get back to my day job pretty much literally halfway through my day, and I'm going to go and take my optical cable back to this machine. Yes. So here's where we're at. I guess I'm going to take a moment to just... Yep, speaker's working. All well and good. So, I would like to set up something not unlike ClearCoat, but for headphone monitoring reverbs. Let's do that one step at a time. It should be a series of obvious steps, and once I'm finished with that, I'll do the same thing with 2-tape, although I might very well need to start that over again. So we'll throw that away once I'm done with it, but we're going to put it there for now. And we're going to make a couple of new projects. This is going to be a stereo effect, most definitely. So we started out like this. And we're going to call it just cans. We've got 26 controls to use, so that's cool. And having made that, let's close it for a moment and then make another. Ah, but is 2-tape a stereo? Yes, it is, because I guess it just is. I'm thinking about that one now. I feel like I'm going to want there to be a stereo one, so let's just go with it. Understand that my choice between stereo and mono is also the choice between permanently stereo and N2N, which is also capable of quadraphonic and so on. I've got people who need that. It's just a question of how feasible it is to pull it off. So let's see. And the reason we're doing this, excuse me for a moment. Man, some days I'm just not well. The reason we're doing this is because I've already got a 2-tape 7 set up here, but it has all of the original controls, and I'm going to want more. I don't know how many more, but I know I'm going to want more. One thing that suggests is this. Among the things I need to do is this. Somewhat distracted and rattled by my health failing on me, but whatever. TV. See, I'm going to try to make this be the same as the other one. Here's the difference. Well, hang on a second. Slow your roll, Chris. Slow your damn roll. There's nothing to be gained from making one with 26 controls. This one already has 10 controls. So we're not going to be using all of these. These are more to just dial in everything. Also, I still have work to do on the head bump. Head bump's not done. But yeah, I stand corrected. I am wrong. I'm wrong on the internet. Ermagerd. Because this one's going to be just fine as it is. All of these just need to be reassigned to different things. Because having exactly 10 controls is what I actually need. I don't think I'm going to be doing with any less. I bet I'm going to have something to do for all of these. I haven't even counted them all yet. So that's a concern. So this becomes the test bed. Let's quit out of all of this now. Let's quit out of all of this now. Let's delete this completely and not go back, because it would be a total waste of time. Let's move this over to here, and maybe we'll refocus on that. Let's change the name of this, and I'll tell you why. I was completely wrong. I don't need to do a new version in order to get more controls out of it, because this one literally already has the 10 controls that are the maximum number I can use to fit it into Consolidated. And this one's definitely going to need to be in Consolidated. Everybody's going to want it. So here's where we stand. Need to include the new flutter. Need to include the new tape bias. Need to do a better job on head bump, and that might very well be worth its own dedicated little plugin. I'm not sure I've ever broken that out into its own plugin unless you count stuff like dubsub. And honestly, that might not be a bad idea. Busting it out into dubsub as the most recent dubsub, which would no longer include sub-octave generators. Instead, it would just be the tone. And that might be not a bad idea. So shall we explore that idea a little bit? Because we keep coming up with new things to do. Cans certainly is going to qualify as a new thing to do. I feel like maybe my first step there is to literally copy over clear coat so that I can use it in cans, and then maybe literally copy over the time constants that I want to work with using Dual Mono Studios. That will involve going over all of these and measuring them so that my maximum setting fits within the limitate. Probably the 192 is going to be enough, but I'm honestly not sure. Weirdly enough, this has turned out to be a long day. Long enough that I'm hitting keys at random. Tell you what, it's exactly 1. It's exactly halfway through my day. This is one of those heavy lifting days where I'm really beating myself into the ground, getting stuff done. And we're just ramping up to doing several of these advanced plugin things all at once. What do you say I go and make one more cup of coffee and then refuse to answer anybody else's request to analyze songs or explain what Dolby is? And we're not going to do any of that stuff. Instead, we're just going to dive the heck in and plug in away until 5. How's that? I'm calling it. That's what we're doing. So, we're going to jump right back into here. I'm not going to be able to hear it, but no matter, because I know I am playing this through. I'm going to go and make one more cup of coffee. It's not going to be too thick with coffee. It's going to be a relatively chill coffee, but probably I'm going to leave off the cream this time, and we're just going to go hardcore. And I'm going to be back, and we're going to do a bunch of heavy plugin making, centering on cans, I think. But we're also going to make the head bump control, and we're going to make it the most recent version of DubSub, because I think that's a better use for the name DubSub, which has had many versions that basically use this same technique that I'm using in the head bump. This is just going to become the final version of head bump that doesn't do any weird DC offset or anything like that. I should be able to do that using what I'm working with. And we're going to isolate it into its own plugin, and then all of it gets included into Tape 7. But for now, over to background music, and I'm going to scamper off and make a cup of coffee. And then we're going to do all the things. Back in a bit. I'm back. Back in the saddle again. Boop. And boop. Here we are. So, one further plan. I'm going to go and firstly here's our AUs. How many dub/sub plugins do we even have here, given that we're going to call the most recent one dub/sub? I guess we get to call that dub/sub 2. We only have one of them. And it's probably not a huge winner. This is also somewhat similar to the problem that I have with Bassamp, because Bassamp uses similar code. So it is in fact going to become dub/sub 2 that we use. So we reopen Xcode. This doesn't need to be into stereo. Or does it? Or does it? No. Completely different methodology. So before we even get into that, let's have a quick look at what we even have in dub/sub. It's going to be done quite a while ago. Because, you know, one of the things that I did with old dub/sub, and this ain't it, this is a whole bunch of stuff from the dawn of time. And this is end-to-end. You know, there was a bass boost plugin that I made using this type of behavior. Which we'll take out of the 2Tape 7 plugin. See, we got head bump code. This is not our final head bump code. This is a really old primitive version. But you can see that we intended this to be head bump. And then we've got a sub bump as well. But there was a version at some point. What was it? Could it be under the name bass? Probably bass kit. Let's see. So I'm looking around to find which one is which. And here we have what I was talking about. And that is what I think we're going to be using for dub/sub. So what this is going to do is it's going to be a stereo plugin. It will bring bass reinforcement that you'll get to use on things. But it's a stereo plugin in which the bass reinforcement that it produces is mono bass. It will not produce stereo bass that will waste energy. It will take whatever it is you're using, whatever kind of sound. It could be a pair of drum mics. It could be a final mix. And you'll be able to use it to either translate everything into a mono bass that is humongous and whatever, or you can use it to keep the dry signal up to 0.5, much like the reverbs, and then gradually add small amounts of this massive sub bass boost that you can dial in, turning it to all wet, but you're adding it as a mono bass adding thing. And that will make it a more effective tool that we can call dub sub, and we can leave out the chintzy octave divider thing that I had in there, because this is going to be very good just as it is. And that answers my question. It'll require a little explaining, that's fine. It will need to be a stereo plugin. And dub sub is like reggae dub music. It's like subsonic frequencies, and it is also going to be a plugin where we can just dial in the head bump all by itself. That's how this does what it does. And this is me debating whether or not to include that into tape itself. I don't think tape head bump really works in such a way that you can have it be wildly out of phase. I'm not sure that's a thing. I don't know if you can get head bump off of a tape where it is literally out of phase bass. I'm not at all sure that's how that works. I also know that my experience with tape and my head bump algorithm and all of that kind of stuff is such that people don't really want big amounts of it in there. It's useful for what it does. It's useful for what it does. But people really don't seem to want a big bass boost added to their tape, even when they know that the tape is going to have a head bump that's going to change the levels, that's going to be an additional boost. Anywho, dub sub 2. Now we have two things. Now we can quit out of both of those. And we're going to start trying to put all of this stuff together. Got a little less than 5 hours to do it in. 4, sorry, not 5, 4. How much can we do? Let's start. We're going to start by copying it out and putting it back. So we needn't worry about this stuff. But this is going to be real interesting. So that is the old flutter. Don't want. That is the head. I don't trust it. Let's take everything. Let's take everything and go. I'm not trusting my ability to guess correctly. Oh, we do have to look up another thing. I gotta look up the original dub sub. I'll tell you why. DBSB. DBSB. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. DBSB. But we're not taking that. We have to increment it by 1, making it be dbsc. There we go. Unique code. I may or may not have removed that copy buffer. Got lots of controls to play with. This fixed frequency filter is in fact a stereo filter. So that's cool. It won't need to be one though. It won't need to be a stereo filter, will it? No sir, not at all. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Save. I start sounding like an angry Gordon Ramsay doing a recipe sometimes when I'm doing all this. Gotta stay on track, gotta stay on target. So this stuff is gonna be fine. It'll be a giant, huge thingy when I load it, but 26 controls is not too many. Those are all gonna go from 0 to 1, so that part's fine too. But we gotta get this part taken care of. Is that 0 to 1 or is it not? Yes. They are all 0 to 1. Good. I need this bit. Again, I wish my health was better. It's very frustrating. Honestly, at this stage, I think it's long COVID. I think that's what it is. Years ago, just before all that happened, I went out and got really sick. I'm on a video putting out a plugin while being so sick I could barely focus. And took me quite a while to shake. And my lungs have never been the same since. So that kind of sucks. But what are you going to do? So how many of these things? We're not going to use cycle end. I know that. Here's a bunch of stuff we have to use. None of that's going to correspond with anything, but we can make it correspond by going A, B, C, D. We're not necessarily going to use these, but we can make them work. D, E, F, G, H, and boy, this no longer makes any sense, does it? I, J. I am clearly going to want to fool with this a little bit. No question about that. But I think that's got that covered. Here's our stereo filter, but we're not actually going to need to use it as that, are we? And then here's us setting up a head bump, so that's fine. We'll take this and we're going to include it. We're going to keep that. We're going to delete that. That's going to need work. We're not using this. At all. But we are using this. So right now I'm wondering whether there is anything to be gained from having the head bump run in stereo anyway, because it does have special qualities. It is not simply a filter. It's nonlinear in an unusual way. That means if I do make a stereo version of it, it'll react differently in stereo. And rather than forcing it to be mono only, it will react, let's call it asymmetrically. Let's say that it will react asymmetrically to stereo. What that means is if one channel is driving hard and being very saturated, and the other channel has a lot of room to move in, the bass boost will increase on the side that we're not using. And that could be useful enough that it maybe would end up being a good 2-tape 7 feature. So I'm familiar with how this head bump algorithm works. It might take a little explaining, but the way this head bump algorithm works is that quieter sounds get to have more low frequency boosts than louder sounds do. And sounds that are symmetrical will get to have more low frequency boosts than sounds that are more asymmetrical. There's this whole sort of mega bass boost thing that kicks in, where the extreme lows zoom in, and it is not unlike what we were doing with doubly earlier, where the extreme lows are strongly dynamics dependent, meaning that they open up when they have room to move in. And that's part of what gets the sound that people react to when they like 2-tape 6, because it's been a part of 2-tape this entire time, along with being a part of BassKit and being a part of DubSub and all of that stuff. That suggests that we actually do want stereo bass, because it will tend to resist. Well, will it tend to resist? I don't know if it'll resist stereo bass. If I run it purely dual mono, I'm thinking about whether I can make the channels track each other to some extent. One thing at a time. He says, doing 5 things at a time. Here we've got this. That's as far as that goes. We're probably going to want that to be there. Here we have the actual code to tape. It's this. This is the heart of to tape. The lows are simply an overdrive. The highs are 1 minus the cosine. which is an unusual method, to be sure. But that's what will replace what's in the middle of W2. W2 has just a simple overdrive. This is not just a simple overdrive. This is something else. I don't know whether we're keeping this. I do, however, know that we're going to keep this, because this is almost it. There's not that much to, this is essentially from 2 tape 6. It's just modified slightly, and we're going to run with this as it stands. But for now, we're making a dub sub 2 out of it. And here's how that works. Yeah. Boy, we'll try to do this today. We'll try to do this today. You're just going to bear with me. Here's the manifold things we're doing. There. Maybe not so much including output gain here. We'll leave that alone for the moment. So at this point we get to put 2 tape away for the moment because we're working on the dedicated head bump section of it. We're calling it dub sub 2, but in fact it is head bump. And there's a bunch of this stuff we're not using, so we got to figure it out somehow. Now Z bandpass is my post head bump filter. Hey beans, beef broccoli. Well, it's been a wild ride and it ain't over yet. I had a very interesting time teaching Simon Uka how to use W2 as the old school, like George Michael Wham, Dolby encode trick. So that was kind of neat. It was grueling to do, but it was kind of neat because going through all the demonstrations of things, and it's always difficult teaching people how to use meter when people seem very slow to work out what meter is even doing. But that's fair. That's fair. Like, if it was easy, somebody would have figured it out, is how I see it. Let's move some of this stuff around. Hi, IIR head bump. We're going to move you down here. And we're going to take out these things, because I don't think these things have anything to do with anything. These are both part of regular 2 tape, and this is part of the original Flutter, which we're not using. But IIR head bump will be something. Not only that, let's do the stereo version. I feel like that might really get to somewhere that's useful. It's just a hunch. I have a hunch that doing the head bump in stereo and figuring out some way of dealing with it. Maybe I can make it so that it just cancels itself out if it's out of phase. I'm not sure. We'll see. And I can use Alien Kittens to test this out with. I'm pretty sure Alien Kittens will be a good example for weird, difficult to manage bass. So let's see. Double IR head bump. Goes over to here. We delete all of this. And then we repeat this because we want it in stereo. We do want our head bump in stereo because we're going to figure out a better way of doing it than literally making it be only a mono track. I bet we can make things work better and still not have like full volume, extremely subsonic, out of phase content, which would just burn subwoofer energy and be bad. We don't want that, but we should be able to do this. Why do we have two fix A and fix B? Why do we have two of those? What's that about? Let's go and investigate and find out. We're initializing it, but are we using it? We're only initializing fix A. And we're not actually using fix B. Okay. Let's not. Now, bearing in mind, maybe it would be a good idea. And I'll tell you why. Using biquad band passes like this is how I got to my console X boosts and cuts. That's how I got to that. So if I hit undo here, and we have fix A and fix B, although it's probably worth me going and changing all of that. And here's how we do it. Fix underscore, find and replace. And I have to do that in both of these files because this is not a modern enough version of Xcode that it'll be smart enough to do it across everywhere. But fix underscore will only ever mean this stuff here. We're going to call it HDB. HDB for head bump. Underscore. Option means only within the selection, but I won't need to do that because there is no instance of fix underscore anywhere beyond this place here. And now we got to do it again. Same deal. And then we're not quite done yet either because guess what? We want our head bump array to also be named. Oh, well, hang on though. Hang on. Okay, do we have any? We have that in a comment. But I don't think we have it anywhere else. So it's going to say HDB'd frequency biquad filter when we're done. Put that back. And then we do it again here. Ooh, I'm going to have to initialize that too. And let's see if we've got the same comment. No. Yeah. Fine. Replace all. So if I run 2 biquad filters one after another, that will give me steeper angles on all of the filters that I do. Now I'm doing a biquad filter bandpass, and that's going to stop it from having subsonic information going on, and we're going to be playing with that soon enough. And what we're doing here, apart from this bit, so that's fine. IIR doesn't really sum up what this does. I'm not entirely sure I want that. It is, however, the output. Like the variable that I work here with is in fact the output of the head bump that gets included with the sound. So what we're going to do is change that part. And that's going to be head bump L and head bump R. Then we're going to scoot up here and do the same thing there. Or better still, everywhere this occurs, we're straight up going to just make it be this. However, we don't have it in a functional state because this is not yet stereo. So we're super not done. This bit still works. And then we can do that over again or simply keep all the same parameters. I wonder. We can keep all the same parameters. All we have to do is HDB B equals HDB A equals the output of this. And that maybe is a fine thing to do going forward. However, as long as I have both of these open, let's do something else. We're going to label what everything does. Even though most of it doesn't do anything. And let's see. Actually, we can delete this. This is going to need some work, but we're getting there. This is going to be a little more straightforward. And this is going to need some work. But it's all looking much more straightforward. And this is the guts of head bump. Right in here, this is the guts of head bump. It's like a giant IIR filter. That's why I initially called it IIR. But rather than being scaled back by, say, dividing it, we're adding the new thing, but rather than dividing it down again to make it be smaller, we're subtracting itself times what I'm calling head bump frequency. What that does is it makes it profoundly nonlinear. So it ends up that if you start making it become loud, it restrains itself very nicely. But then if it's quiet, it can wander all over the place and have all kinds of low frequencies. Like the lows get louder and louder the quieter you go. The lows get more and more extended the quieter you go. And the higher frequency you go, the quicker you start getting into a realm where it sort of distorts. And then we filter off the distortion components of that. And that's the head bump sound, and that's what's going to go into dub sub 2. In stereo, which we have not done yet. But first, input gain, yes, we'll keep that. IR amount, are we keeping that? I think not. Head bump control, yes, we keep that. Head bump freak, well, that's not going to be a fixed setting, is it? No, we need to have some control over that guy. So, let's have it approximate to halfway. It'll be Control B. Oh wait, have I just replaced the thing I needed? I think I did. Oops. Param B. And let's put some parentheses in here so it automatically does what we think it's going to do. I like using parentheses for stuff like that. Anywhere that I'm not really sure what's going to happen, I'm always going to be down for that. Flutter depth and frequency, not applicable. Output gain, are we using that? Not at this time. However, the head bump wet dry is. Oh, and we do actually have to use this part as I had it initially. I fixed it before realizing that I had gone wrong. This is already set up to do the thing I wanted it to do. I just undermined it by mistake. Oopsie. So that is now the thing it needs to be. And we don't need these extra parens, because that's pretty straightforward right there. And then we're not going to be using this. Because we're going to be using this. Never mind input sample, we throw input sample away once we're done. So that's going to need to be made stereo. Hey, crappy blonde, back to bed with you. And then we never actually got around to updating these. So let's see what we can make out of that. No output gain, no wet, but head wet is a thing. Also, what the heck is with IR low amount? We're not using that. We're not using that. Goodbye, Mr. Bond. And then head wet can be prem D. We're going to have too many controls, but that's fine. Then frequency and reso is going to work like this. E and F. And these are sanity checks, so we can leave those, or indeed move them to closer to where the actual thing is. There. So we got that, and we got the sanity check. And here we make the biquad band passes, and here we have this, which we're not going to use. And we're starting to get closer to this working and doing a thing. input gain, input gain. Are we using that? We could. That might come in handy. It's going to be another thing for final to tape, but for this, we might just be able to use that. So that's input, head bump freak. Some of these I'm going to have to figure out how to work with them. Head bump control. And we're going to figure out how to make these work later. I'm tempted to abandon the whole thing of calling it wetness if it is one of those ones where 0.5 is full volume for both, because I haven't been consistent with that. Biquad frequency. Biquad reso. And then the rest of this doesn't actually matter. Input gain unity. Let's start everything out that we're actually using, not including G, at 0.5. Got A, B, C, D, E, F. Input HB frequency control, that's the native head bump algorithm. We got our dry wet, and then we got the biquad filter, which may end up getting piggybacked onto the head bump control in some way. I'm not sure. We're not there yet. Also, we can close these now. So let's save that. At some point, we're going to see whether this builds and we actually get to hear it. That'll be exciting. We are closing in on 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we might get a plugin out of today, and that would be very exciting. So let's see whether no, we're not. Didn't even finish the sentence. I already know that we're not, because none of this stuff is stereo yet. That said, we can do this. This is a functional mechanism for making two distinct biquad filters that run independently of each other. And we don't actually need to define HDB B frequency and reso. They're using the HDB A frequency and reso. I mean, we could use that, but we don't have to. There. Now we are prepared to use a second filter. Now it's time to make everything stereo. Again, might find it handy. Oh God, what on earth is that about? Why are we, because parentheses is not the correct thing for that, is it? No, we want the brackets. There we go. So if we had used the brackets, it would have done the right thing. But nobody's perfect. L R Now we have input trim in stereo. Next we need to do the actual head bump control, but the actual head bump control needs to also be stereo. We will deal with figuring out whether we need to have it resist being out of phase later. Because one thing about it is, if the actual head bump control is confronted with bass frequencies that are in phase but are not actually balanced, it will monoize it slightly. And that'll be interesting. So this also needs to be stereo. Actually, let me do it like this. There's our controlling parameters. Now that is stereo as well. Headhunters, no. However, you should talk to Paul of the Surge Synthesizer project, who's been involved in the Clap plugin project. And Clap is the thing that is likely to do what you ask. Talk to Paul of the Surge XT project. That's what you'd be wanting. Now, we filter head bump. And that is kind of a cumulative filter. So that is going to have a pretty profound effect on not having it be, that's going to pull our filtered thing away from having DC offset very effectively. Because we're not simply applying it every time, like as if it was the dry signal. We're applying it repeatedly. So that's going to have a good result. We continue to use outsample. And that looks to be about all we need. Now we do it for the right. That appears to be all we need, because we're just reusing outsample. And now we do this entire thing over again, but instead of HDB-A, we're going to use HDB-B. However, the internal identifiers here are going to be the same. Now this time we're doing a search and replace within a selected area. There. We got to make it be HDB-B, but then we also got a hold down option so it's in the selection only. And having done that, and we're also going to have to take away the double, because we've already defined outsample. We don't need to keep on reinstantiating it. But having done that, we're now doing 2 stages. In fact, we don't need to interleave this. Here's head bump L, and we're applying this filter to it. And then we're applying another stack of the same filter to it. And then we do the right and apply that filter to it. and then another stack of that filter to it, and that ought to do a pretty darn good job of preventing it from throwing a bunch of DC offset while allowing the frequencies it can produce to go down crazy low. But we're about to find out. We are inches from having a, well, assuming everything works, maybe it won't work. If everything works, we are inches from having a working dub sub 2, which is in fact head bump from out of to tape 7. And that means assembling to tape 7 will be putting these pieces together once we have them all individually working, and that'll be fairly straightforward. And that means we have 2 plugins to drop before to tape 7 comes out. So I probably should move to those directly. And we'll just jump straight into there. So that should be interesting. Let's see how we do. I bet we have to build it all over again twice. See, it's doing the thing where it doesn't know what any of its own variables are. It does that when I've never built it before. But without changing anything, build it again. This time it's happy. That is a quirk of this particular Xcode build system, that it simply doesn't like doing it that way. And our dry sample is consistent gain. We can pad the head bump input without actually padding the dry sample. We've got everything labeled correctly. Everything should be about ready to work. B is simply copying A, so that should be ready to work. K and norm are defined by these things we're starting out. We don't actually ever need to define reso or freak in both of them unless we have distinct parameters for each, which is possible, but we're not going there. Input gain is not going to be part of this. .5, it started out as wanting 0.44, so we're going to make it 0.88, and then 0.5 is going to be exactly the middle. Head bump control. I feel like I'm not sure what the correct number for this is going to be. So we're going to double it and assume that having it full crank was actually the correct thing. And then the wet and the dry, and this is going to be 50 and 0.05. And this number is actually just the bandpass Q factor. What that means is we can't actually let it be 0, although it's not going to be even close to it. It's hard clamped, so I can't actually make any of these be literal 0. But remembering that having, let's increase this one as well. If the Q factor is 0.7071, that's Butterworth filtering. So that's it's the minimal cutoff without a resonance effect. We're all doing resonances way lower than that, but then this is a bandpass. In fact, one thing I can do here is this. Now if I turn the resonance up all the way, I'll have like a Butterworth slope bandpass doubled. And that's probably way sharper than I need, but we'll find out. And then we'll build one more time. It continues to succeed. And now we get to find out what madness we have wrought, because we have a component that can be used. And we're going to see whether it does anything. And we're going to use alien kittens to do it. Let's go back and check whether I've got overall. Yep, divided by get sample rate. It's going to correctly deal with this. That's fine. Fine. Let's see what we've got. I have to select it in order to get recent effects. Dub sub 2. Dun dun dun. Have to hit the button in order to make it go. Interesting. Okay, signs point to we immediately have a problem. Let's see what's going on. Is there anything obvious in here that would shed light upon why it's complete? Oh! See the problem? Because I do. We are using an entire array which we're hopefully trying to instantiate, but in fact we have not zeroed it out at all. At all. That's a major problem. Let's fix the major problem. I would have thought it wouldn't break just from doing that because we've set new variables for this stuff. But clearly I am not correct. It needs to have these set to 0. Let's see whether that helps. Is it really that shouldn't have made any difference, but I'm betting you that was where our trouble resides. That said, we'll find out real quick if that's not true. Yeah. 2 tape 7 is probably coming out at the end of August. Maybe not all the way at the end of. And I'll tell you another thing. It's like I'm going to put out 2 tape 7, and then I'm going to take a couple of weeks without any plugin drops. And then I'll continue. Let's see whether we have a noise. We do. Okay, so now we have sound. Let's see what it sounds like when I move it all the way over to full wet. So clearly we do not want this. Also, can we tighten this up even more? Yep. So this is why Reso was not 0.7071. Because having it that high means we have a hugely powerful resonant filter. So what happens if we drop it right down? Here we go. Yeah, no, I'm quite looking forward to it. I'm definitely going to take a couple of weeks. I've got plans in mind for what I can do. But I'm definitely going to take a couple of weeks. I'm probably going to just post a bunch of timelesses, and that'll be fun. Maybe I'll stack up a bunch of timelesses, and I can post those, and I cannot be too concerned. There will be exciting things to see. With a bit of luck at that point, by the time that I'm posting to tape 7, I will probably already have the controller for Console X. But I'm not going to jump immediately to trying to release Console X the very next day. Instead, we're going to start building the Console X plugin with all of its GUI and everything once I have the controller to fool with it. And then we'll be doing more in the way of mixings and things. So here's the thing I was talking about. We're listening to only the output. And we can drop the reso right down. Gets more aggressive the farther it goes. Frequency has a considerable effect. But these are band passes. So we can pad it like this. So if I set reso to literally 0, what my biquad filter is now doing is a double stacked, and I might not need the double stack, but we'll see. A double stacked bandpass filter at the following frequency. And I think I've got it set up to be like, this is 100 hertz. So we can move it from 100 hertz down to next to nothing. When the resonant frequency is that wide, it does this. You barely can tell any difference. So frequency is probably fine at like some relevant frequency, like where you would normally find a head bump. But you notice that you can still hear the sound, and that's because here's what this is doing. We can still hear the high frequencies because the head bump control is accentuating the super lows and doing this kind of stuff with it. So let's see, firstly, freak and control. Control is sort of, we've got that to 0.2, freak 0.088, scales. So control is how hard we're driving it, and freak is how much we're filtering it. So again, control is how hard we're driving. Right down to next to silence. And you'll notice we have a DC going on. See? Actually, no, you can't, can you? Because we don't have this visible. But this is what I mean. So, control is how hard we're driving the head bump algorithm. We've got DC hovering around down here. However, if I change reso, now it's much more resonant. Watch what happens this time. He says, as it doesn't actually do anything different. That's interesting. So yeah, also, that's the amount of boost. I'm betting this is because this is going through the resonance. It's going through the biquad each time. And now I'm speculating whether I wanted to do that. I'm feeling like maybe not. And then freak is how much clamping we have on the outside edge. So if I turn it down, it will go louder. If I turn it up, it will go quieter. So here's where we stand. Here's where we stand. We want to take the output of this filter that is being the actual head bump. We want that to continue being itself, and we don't want the IR filter inside the regeneration of it. But we want the IIR filter on the output of it, and that probably means we need to generate a couple of more variables. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to quit out of there. We're going to jump into here. Here's our code. And rather than assigning this, let's so we got head bump R, head bump L. I think that's reasonable for an internal calculation. But we could have head bump sample R, head bump sample L. And here's how we're going to do it. So this exists only here. Oh, well, I did that wrong. We can but try. I bet you I'll get through eventually. So if we do this, and that looks to be, that's going to be it. I don't think it's showing up anywhere else. It's not going to be up there. Yeah. And then we do need to define two of these, because now they need to be left and right. And that means adding this. This is going to simplify slightly to the point where I don't really need to do that just then. So here's how it simplifies. We're not assigning the output to head bump L. That's staying as the original source of the head bump. That's going to sort of do whatever. But then the output of it is 2 stacks of biquad bandpass filter. That's going to cut out the low frequencies very effectively. But it's not going to regenerate. We're not having the a biquad resonant filter in the middle of the whole thing. That's what's causing it to react not the way I want. So here's where we work with, well, hang on. Did I do this next bit? Yes, I did. Okay. So head bump L equals head bump sample L. However, we're not assigning that. So instead, this part just kind of goes away. So instead, head bump sample L becomes our output, or does it? This is me trying to figure out whether I'm doing this right or whether I'm making it completely wrong. What are we even doing? Let's undo out of that just for a moment. We were originally assigning this back to head bump L. But you know what? We came in with head bump L to go into the biquad filter. Then we're doing the biquad filter stuff, and then we're putting it back into head bump L, which we're actually not going to want to do. So we're going to want to use head bump sample L directly, rather than assigning it to the input sound again. What that means is that the second layer continues to work on this variable like this. It's 2 stacks. But then, hello. Okay, can we even do that? I am now wondering very hardcore whether we can even do that. And I'll tell you why. We're referring to this in multiple places at once. I mean, I suppose we can try. Let's find out what it does, I guess. I feel a little bit frustrated by the fact that I'm trying to make this be 2 stacks and I'm having a problem where it doesn't look like it's going to want to let me. And that feels annoying to me. I don't like it. I don't like this. Would it even work? Like, if it don't work, we can remove the second filter. So let's step these apart from each other a little bit. Since we're doing this, if we do this in a way that it breaks, we can just take it away and use only one level of filtering, and then it should be fine. We're initiating this, or like installing it. We're using it. We're not touching the original wave, and then we are... So our input is using this, but then not doing this final stage. We don't apply it back. Instead, we just use it direct. But then, can we apply this to itself and have these not be 2 separate parts of the equation, but the same one? There's only one way to find out. Because, like, in theory, in order to do it correctly, I would be using an entirely separate variable for this part. It would be head bump sample LA and head bump sample LB, but I'm not interested in doing that. Let's find out whether this is just a dumb thing that breaks or whether it actually works, to my complete and unanticipated surprise. Now we're applying the same things, which that technically means that we're not Yes, so that's wrong. That can't work, can it? That absolutely can't work. The biquad filter has to have part of this relating to the previous sample, or it's meaningless. Oh no, everybody's left. Well, in that case, there are no witnesses other than people who are watching this later. Check it out, folks. There are no witnesses to the horrors I'm about to do. Also, that's not right at all. What am I even doing? Why was that there? So, if you do this, then remove this, and I think I'm going to have to also remove this. So the first part should work, and then the second part, I don't know what it's going to do other than it's broken. Hey, sweeter. Yeah, so we're getting into dangerous mojo here. Let's see what happens and how badly we can break the code. Because we were initially doing something that made sense, and then we had to switch over to doing something that made no sense at all. Do we still have any... Oh, what the... Flying... Is this still Alien Kittens? Have I saved it or something? Okay, I don't know why that freaked me out so much. I guess it must have been I resized the window and confused myself. It's one of those days where you just confuse yourself. Okay, reso up. What have we got? Huh. I'll tell you what we got. We broke it, but not in the most usefulness of ways. We broke it in a way where now this mid-range frequency is a boost. That's weird. So let's go in there. And we can fix this by following the same pattern we had before. I feel like I want to have a better name. So bump sample is our output. Biquad sample can be our input. So if we do it there, this is still intact, but then we have to use this that becomes the input. And if we do that, this might work, or maybe it will completely fail, but it might work. And now it's got the basic form of a biquad filter bandpass rather than one where the two ways of dealing with the bandpass are all the same sample. So head bump and the one that we've just used, and then the output becomes, it would have been assigning the head bump R to, like head bump L to biquad sample L, but instead we're just using it. We're going straight forward and using it. We're not using that. So we should be able to make a biquad filter. Indeed, if this works, we've made a biquad filter that goes between 0 and 100 Hertz at up to Butterworth steepness, or double Butterworth steepness because we're stacking them. Let's see if that's even true. Does need to build. So there's that. Yeah, I confused myself because I was like, that looks different somehow. But it's really not. It's really just alien kittens. It's maybe in a smaller space than I'm used to seeing it. Now what do we got? Feels like a regulation biquad filter to me. This is straight up Butterworth. It is stacked. And that's acting like a biquad filter is supposed to act. Furthermore, what that means, if we are correct about this, is if we have the subs kicking around and then a cut controlled back to nothing, this should probably not show a DC offset. Let's find out. Yep. DC offset went whoop, and it went away nicely. So that is a working double-stacked biquad filter bandpass. We got it back again. And it's doing a very good job of getting rid of high frequencies. If we then make it be an incredibly wideband one like this, our resonant frequency is now so wide that it is in fact stopping DC a little bit. Could use a little more resonance in order to do that properly. And there we are. Because it is actually possible to set the resonance so low that it's effectively just letting through all the signal. It's like a band pass of which the band is literally everything. And then input HB frequency and HB control are now independent from that. They're not going to do a resonant filter effect. So now we get to play with this. Control. Let's actually, now that we know that that's working, now that we've got a functioning stack of simple filters that is giving us a nice clean head bump behavior. And the head bump is up here. So it's just going to become a matter of dialing in the behavior so we can use it using minimal controls, or at least however many controls we need. Because bearing in mind, we can get a sort of saturated distorty quality out of the head bump here, but now we can also filter it. And this is the chunk of code we're going to put in order to do it. We got an input trim, and then we got our dry wet. So can we label this better? So freak is B, and control is C, although I do not know whether control is the word I want. So head bump L plus head bump control. That's kind of the gain going into it. So we could also call that head bump drive. That's effectively the same thing. And then frequency is not really frequency, is it? Frequency is more like how aggressively it will clip when it hits the limit. After all, that's how we're doing this measurement, is head bump L multiplied by itself 3 times, or twice actually. That's going to keep the polarity of what it is, so we're subtracting that multiplied by itself times head bump frequency. This is a distortion algorithm. So instead of calling it freak, because it's not, we could call it threshold, because that's more like what it's actually doing. And it doesn't really have anything to do with filtering or frequencies, because we're doing that with the biquad. So threshold rather than frequency. We want to change that everywhere it appears. And then we want to do head bump control. That instead becomes drive. And we're going to replace that everywhere it appears. We've also changed the capitalization of the head bump part, which is fine. Nothing so wrong with that. And we're converging on a state of this plugin where we're making a little better sense of it. We know what it's doing. I don't think we need to turn it up as much as this. Let's half the effectiveness of it again. Because the way this sucker works, you don't need to put too much. It's effectively like an IIR filter, but not. What was I using earlier to push HF into acceleration 2 when diminished? I was using the recently released plugin doubly 2. And I used doubly 2, but I didn't let it use its decode stage. I used the doubly 2 encode stage and then left it with nothing happening beyond that point. So it went encode into a saturation stage because it has a saturation stage inside itself. And then I didn't apply any of the decode. And I also cranked it up more than you'd really want to be cranking it up. That's what I used. Also, our reso here doesn't need to be anywhere near this, so let's set it to 0.1 and see where we get. That should be closer to a reasonable setting. Frequency can still be from 0 to 100 hertz, because that's almost certainly going to be producing something useful. In fact, 0.1 becomes 10 hertz, so that's handy. .1, 10 hertz, 0.2, 20 hertz. So we can dial in a useful bandpass centered around the desired frequency here, but we can also keep it to be very minimal. So let's see. What have we just changed? We've changed this to say threshold and drive. That describes it better. Build and go. Alien Kittens again, because we know that has the subs we need. All of those subs. Listening to full wet. Let's set it to 100 hertz. So drive, very low. Actually, you know what? I don't think we need input. Input is just doing the same thing as drive. Let's go back and change that. We literally don't need this to be there at all. It's literally the same thing as HP drive because we're never actually using input sample again. So let's not have that be there. That can be blank. And we cannot even do this calculation. And we cannot even do this calculation. There, build. This ought to show us a little bit more of how this thing is working. Dub sub 2. Alien Kittens again. Gotta love that. And what have we got now that this means absolutely nothing? Drive can turn up like this. Here's our full wet. Reso lets some sound through, certainly. If we turn Reso up, we get this. That's going to remove the tendency to have low frequencies hanging around if we do this. And sure enough, it's cleaning up nicely. We could pad drive down quite a bit, I think. And then if Reso is very small, here's a 20 hertz. So what typically are resonant frequencies for tape decks. Let's go and find somewhere to look for resonant frequencies for tape decks. There's a particular thing I'm quite interested in finding, but I don't see it here. So I think I have the wrong search. Let's start looking for actual examples. Hopefully that are not actual. Frequency response charts I want. I've seen this before. Probably using the word tape is misleading. Response curves of analog Jack and Dino. I'm betting this is going to be what I was looking for. Yep, I've seen this before. So here we have some examples of tapes. Like this Atari MX80 would have the frequency to be up here. That's what the Atari MX80 would be acting like, except for that I wouldn't actually have the dip here. We don't have that yet. And it would be kind of resonant-ish like this. So the 2-inch 24 track is bumping like this, and then it extends a little bit lower. Whereas the Ampex MM1200 16 track and this would be all kind of dialed in, and I do not know whether, well, there's a way I can find out. Hang on a second. We can see whether we can make this particular filtering, seeing as it is, because remember, using the bandpass filter in parametric and console X, there's a dip on either side of it. If I can make the dip show up and find a likely resonance for the biquad filter for this, I might be in, like Flynn. But here's the first thing we're going to do. We have a nice thumping going on here. We're going to make an effect stack. And the first thing we're going to do is instantiate the effect that we just used. But the next thing we're going to do is be able to meter what it did. Like this. So no resonance, we get this, but we can zero in on it using the resonance. I'd better move this. So, if we crank the resonance up, we might need to increase it even more, we'll see. Zero hertz resonance, 10 hertz, 20 hertz. bear in mind that the thumping here, this kick drum and all this stuff, isn't necessarily any of those things. But this is going to give us the right basic zone. And this is letting through a lot more in the threshold and drive areas. Again, we can drive harder. Or we can drive less, right down and not drive in at all. The harder we push, the more clipped it's going to be, and threshold determines what that's going to be. So if we drive, we can make it be louder, or we can make it be quite a lot less. In fact, if we do this, we push into the clipping, and it's not anywhere near 0. So that's interesting. Being able to have more or less of that and having it not actually get anywhere near full-on clipping. Mind you, the way this dry wet works is I can have both. Or I can have only the head bump. So I feel like HB Thresh might be good just at what I've got it set to, or more. I feel like it's not going to hurt to have that just saturate more easily because it is so loose on the really low frequency stuff. And drive gets exaggerated real fast. And if we have very small amounts of drive, it just loosens the extreme bass up a lot. But then the biquad, the double biquad bandpass is controlling it. So we're moving in the direction of being able to have we're being able to leave out one of these controls. And here's the one I'm thinking about. What if head bump threshold never actually, like if it was 0.1 and that was it, instead of 0.88? Ooh, interesting though. Divided by overall scale A. Now, why would that be divided by overall scale? Wouldn't drive be divided by overall scale? Have I got that wrong? One of them's got to be. Let's do a couple of quick tests here. Let's see whether it acts the same or if it doesn't act the same. Because we've now got stuff kind of in the zone. We've just made threshold be a little bit more. So here's how hard we clip. That's as hard as it can push. take the frequency right up here so we can hear what it sounds like at different frequencies. So drive of 0.2. We've got kind of a grind going on. If we try it on a 44.1K instead, I don't feel like it has the same grind going on. And what about this? This might be a big improvement to how the head rump is working, because I might have it set wrong here. Let's find out. Oh, hello. That's not right. That's not right at all. Let's see what we can do here. If drive is also a factor of overall scale, what that's going to mean is it will drive harder at lower sample rates, and it'll drive less at high sample rates, but there will be more samples within it to do the driving, because it's an IIR style thing where it's not applying that much. Threshold is remaining the same. But should it? Well, if threshold is 0.1, that's going to have an effect. And we're going to see how this behaves now, because it'll be nice to get it to a stage where it behaves. I would like that. Let's go back and forth between 44.1 and 192. Okay, threshold is definitely higher than it was before. If I set it to the, oh, let's be extra cute. We'll do the Airwindows traditional golden ratio. Gotta love memes. So full blast, it will go up to about +1. Or drop down. It does sound like a thumpy head bump. And frequency is at 100 Hertz. So here's what this does. Okay, interesting. The threshold stays the same. Drive we can get thumpy. And now let's hear whether it acts even remotely the same at a high sample rate, because we would like that to be, we'd like it not to act completely differently. It seems like it would be bad. I don't know, guys. I think that actually is about as close as I'm going to get. Let's crank it. Ah, but at high sample rate, we cannot make it clip anymore. So that's a problem. Thresh clearly needs to have something done to it, but what? We're pretty close. So we clearly can't have head bump thresh divided by overall scale. If we did divide it by overall scale, then the head bump threshold, and the smaller it gets, the louder our output can be. We turn it up, and then we're clamping it harder. We can't do divided by overall scale, but can we do divided by the square root of overall scale? Would that do it? Because here's the thing, is 96K is 2x, 192 is 4x, except for 192 over 44.1 is even more than that. That don't work, we could try the cube root. Because we don't want it to be linear. We want to find what the correct algorithm is. However, the head bump drive, I think, is correctly done, and that is as it should be. That is as it should be. Head bump drive is clearly being scaled properly. It feels about right. Driving this hard makes me want to make another cup of coffee, but it's just 3, so we're not going to go there. Let's go back and forth between our things again. If we're at 44.1, divided by the square root of overall scale should make no difference. Let's see if it's true. Yep. If we drive super hard, we can just about push it to full clipping on the back of the head bump alone. That's as hard as you can push this head bump to go. Goes a little hotter than that, but that's probably fine. Goes up to about 2 or so. Now let's see what happened with our 192K. Is this going to go to about the same level when we crank it up to the point of obvious distortion? I feel like that's not quite doing it, is it? Oh, but we haven't cranked it up yet. Okay. It's going up to the point of clipping and it's sounding about right. Nothing else has changed. So that's going up to 0. The other one went up to about 2. Let's see what 96K looks like. It is possible that using the cube root would be the correct answer. And drive. Full crank. Then when it kicks in with the bass, we're going to get more. Up, and that's going up to about 1, but not 2. So we have a relationship, but the relationship is not quite what we want. I'm going to see whether my hunch is correct. So if we do divide by a thing, we're making the threshold adapt to the sample rate. Square root, maybe not so much, but we can try the cube root. And see whether that, and again, this is more along the lines of all of these little things that are part of toTape are things that I'm basically fixing. This is most definitely one of them. This plugin has never worked this cleanly over a variety of different sample rates as we're trying to get today. We've never had it really do this properly. I've tried, but I've not actually got there. So here's our full crank. I'm going to skip ahead. So our full crank is 1.5, 1.1, 1.5, 1.74, 2.02. So about 2.21. And we go to the 96K, changing nothing else. And see whether it's still saying about 2.21. That's no, but it's sounding about right. Okay, so it's kind of in the zone there. Let's see whether 192 is completely out to lunch. See whether we've done the wrong thing or whether we're still in the ballpark. Because I'm feeling like what I had before wasn't bad, and this might be close enough. Let's see. No other changes. Okay, now it's not peaking anywhere near zero, so the question is, did I just take it too far in the other direction? If we're not even adjusting at all, what happens? Because cube root, now the attenuated, the high sample rate version is considerably more turned down. So if we didn't do any of that, what do we get? Even more turned down. So I feel like we're not done playing. What happens if we don't even have a cube root? Does this do the opposite extreme of now it is too extreme? We're wanting to make it be louder this time. Absolutely. So, divided by overall scale makes it much too loud. Not compensating makes it much too quiet. Divided by cube root makes it much too quiet. So I think splitting the difference suggests that what I'm going to want to do is divide it by the square root of overall scale. Slow down, Blue Baggins. Slow down. Let's see how close we came. Select the part and go. Into the breach. How close are we to matching the +2? Within about a dB. So here's the thing you're going to want to do. You're going to want to turn it down, that's all. And we now have a functioning threshold amount. And it's even a golden ratio meme, so that's always fun. So 0.618. And what that means is this. And we're going to see whether it still works. Yeah, so hard to get through to you, Blue Baggins. I don't mean to run over you. You're just trying to slow me down. When I got my business on the other side of town. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I see that reference. So here we go. We can define this once, or we could define it on the fly. But this we must define. I'm now wondering if it will save me that much. There you go. Save me that much to do the calculation rather than even bothering to assign another variable. On modern computers, it's always better to do the calculations than it is to assign extra variables and have to get them in and out of memory. So that's one fewer calculation. It's also one fewer, give me control. So now we got drive, biquad frequency, and biquad reso. Drive is going to be head bump amount. And we'll call it as such. Oh, thanks, Saxon. Perhaps not literally right now, but thank you so much. Oh, interestingly, YouTube has just informed me, let's celebrate your 20th Super Chat on a live stream. So, cool. Cool. That is the sort of thing that makes live streamers very, very happy, because we're all just trying to do what we can do. Granted, I'm doing the coding thing. This is my main deal. I'm mainly just off of Patreon. But it's always nice to see the live stream sort of doing something. I like to do it because I like to be engaged with people. And yeah, dry wet, fair enough. So the biquad frequency and reso are going to be the remaining thing. So I'm probably going to want to call that head frequency. And we're probably going to have the reso be a separate thing, because you remember on this other screen we've still got actual measurements of literal tape machines and showing what their head bumps do. So that, I've seen this page before, and it is great fun. And we've actually got these two lines here. That's 15 versus 30 EEPs. So it's two separate recordings. And that is going to literally show us where the head bump is supposed to sit. And we're probably going to end up doing that pretty much entirely with the biquad filter stack. We got two biquad filters, and we can probably make it do these things. Some of them have more of a head bump than others. Like at 30 EEPs, a bunch of stuff rolls off on the Ampex. Here's another Ampex. There's 24 tracks, stuff like that. Very different head bumps. Like in 30 EEPs, the Otari 24 track, the head bump is like freaking 150 hertz. That's not bass anymore. That's something else. That's actually trouble. If you've got the Otari MX80 running at, yeah, maybe you don't want that, although it is sucking out 300 hertz quite strongly. And again, underbias means you have a boost in the highs because it's getting a little scratchy up there. The low end head bumps are 1 octave apart because having or doubling the speed. And setting this up properly, I can also make it possible to emulate like 7.5 EEPs. You just set it to do that. You just set it to have the Ampex 2-inch. You can have a ginormous, like close to double the volume added to there. And yeah, Ampex 16 track can do this thing. Red is 30 EEPs, blue is 15. I may need to make my frequency control go that high just to accommodate for this reality. Tascam 1-inch 16 track. At 30 EEPs, you've lost literally all the bass. Ooh, interesting. Low-end head bumps, 1 octave apart, but there's a 2-inch and a 1-inch 16 track, and the head bump is an octave above what the 2-inch was, because the track width is exactly half, meaning presumably that the size of the little transformers inside the tape head are half as big. Tascams. So the thing I'm really interested in is whether I can get my bandpass filter to add some of this notch here where they belong, and that's going to involve, I'd better do that on a pink noise or something. Ooh, Studer A80 24 track. That doesn't even have the gap in there. 15 EEPs, we've got a massive boost right down to 30 Hertz. So this is more your classic recording studio machine. As is this. Studer 24 tracks seem to behave really well. That's a red line, but apparently it's a 30. No, it is a 30 EEPs, not a 15. The 30 EEPs is peaking at 100 Hertz there. Otari. Underbiased. Weird transport on that one. I don't know how you managed to have a pinch rollerless transport. That's crazy talk. And MCI, so check that out. Boosting at around 70 Hertz. It's at 30 EEPs, and so he says, why does this sound so crappy? Yeah, so the size of the heads, the peak goes higher and higher the smaller the heads you've got. And 150 is not uncommon at 30 EEPs. Lots of these are good for all kinds of things. Ooh, my old workhorse Bleaches. Is this the guy I guess this is the guy that recorded Nirvana's Bleach? Indino.com. Fair enough. Cool. So you have to know how to deal with this low end hump, and then it sounds great. Fair. 1/2-inch 8-track. There you go. See, that would explain why it boosts like right down. Ooh, 1/2-inch 2-track. Bump at 40 Hertz. So fewer tracks means you set the head bump lower. But you know what you can do? None of these are real tape machines, so you can just pick numbers and use them. Nobody's saying you can't. We can figure it out. And AD converter, duh. And see, jacks and Dinos. So this is just great stuff. This is just great stuff because this is just somebody who knows how to use these things, and they've just done some measurements, and you get to make what you want out of what we've got. So here's what we're going to try to do. I want to try to dial in the head bump, which is going to go into 2 tape 7, now that I've got some of this other stuff worked out, so that you can boost it until it just saturates like crazy or not. I don't know whether I want to. I feel like for this one, I might as well make the dry wet not be like, I'll make it simply be a crossfade. And I tell you why. Because we're doing the filtering, we're going to make it so that it tries to do just only the head bump. But in order to have only part of that, you need to be able to sort of linearly go between full crank and nothing. And if you have it pushed real hard, what's going to happen is it'll go to full crank because that's what the head bump inherently does. It'll do that in a filtered way, producing hopefully this kind of waveform. And then it's the interaction between that and the dry signal that will give me the notch I'm looking for. Because the way it works, if we're doing the band pass and we're stacking up the band passes like I'm doing, I should be able to make the notch where it should be. And then if you're combining it, let's find out. Here's where we're going from here. Wet dry becomes just this. We do not generate this additional thing, and we do this. And we now have a neat little crossfade. That's what we want. We've got this. We've probably got enough drive. We're going to maybe want to crank this up to 150, although there's no reason we can't actually go even higher. This is me thinking, I'd like the middle of the control to act like something deemed normal. So we should be able to find this out. And we're going to want this to become much higher. So let's let it go all the way up to 1. That's very resonant. It's a bandpass, so it'll cut the level of everything down the more resonant I make it. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to want... I don't know what that resonant frequency actually is. I just know that I can dial it in to what I'm wanting to do. So 150, and here's the thing I was thinking. If we use a power function in here, then 150, the middle is not going to be 75 hertz. The middle will be, let's see, oh, interesting, okay. So hang on. If we make it max out at 200 hertz rather than 150, then halfway becomes 0.25, meaning halfway will be exactly 50 hertz. That seems useful. And now let's build that. C, D, E, F. Very good. That still works. And we can play with Alien Kittens a little bit more and even look at it on the screen, but what we're going to want to do is do some of this through noise. Noise is going to give me a better picture of what's actually going on. So we'll play with this a little bit. Both of these are now centered. Biquad reso is far higher than I need it to be. We could even make the head bump be a frequency. I'm pretty sure that's going to be doable, is I can make it so that the AU and also the VST read a frequency and you can dial it in. People are going to want that so badly. I almost don't feel that I can deprive them. People are going to want to dial in an exact frequency so hardcore. So yeah. We can make it be a very accurate reso. There's our 200. There's our roughly 50. In fact, it's going to be exactly 50 here. And here we are letting everything through. Here we are distorting. This is a good reso range. And then we have dry wet. Even split. Full wet. So that's going to work too. So then we quit out of there. And let's just load up a noise file. I bet I've got one there. Here's a 96K noise file. Let's see what we got. Cool. And the more noise we have, the closer in that dip will happen, but I think we're gonna start to see an effective result. So here's what we got. We've got a little bit of that behavior. Question is how much? Also, is it consistent? Seems reasonably consistent. So, we're stacking up 2 biquad filters. Oh, hang on. You're looking at this, you're not looking at my stream. Look at this. This is what we're trying to do. It drops down a little bit when it gets to here. That's what we want. And if we move the frequency up, we can see it a little bit more clearly. So we're going to try to reproduce some of these wave shapes. And how are we going to do that? By manipulating the amount of resonance. So if we have very little resonance, we're doing 2 biquad bandpass filters, but it's not really doing the thing where we have the dip at pretty much exactly double the frequency of the boost. So there's going to be a particular resonant frequency where this will work. I see it moving and scaling. And interestingly, it's dropping out fairly nicely, but the positioning of those things is not as I would have them. The reason it does it is because doing 2 biquad filters in a stack this way, doing 2 bandpass filters, stacking them up like that, and then using dry wet to combine it with the raw input sound causes cancellations around the extremes of the waveform, and that's what we're going to try to manipulate. And if we turn it all the way up to a actually resonant filter, we can make a sort of lump. And we know that our filter is at 200 hertz, and we can see where the notch is, and the notch is not at 200 hertz. It is at a little bit over 300. Will we get the correct answer at some cool, like, this is a filter frequency of 1. Butterworth is 0.7071. And of course the golden ratio is 0.618. What gives us, because watch this, Reso is at 200. You can see it here. And it is a factor of the combination between dry and wet. As we start bringing it in, we start seeing that dip show up in the same way that we see in measurements of the real ones. And that dip looks always to be an octave up. Always an octave up. So here's the thing. Can we dial this in to be exactly the right resonant frequency? We can make it go too far, and we can make it be too tight. So, target is 400 hertz. Too much. Might be around 0.5. That might be a little farther though. We have a nice little cancellation here. But it is farther, isn't it? Let's try the meme value. You know the Airwindows meme, everything has to do with the golden ratio. You never can tell how some things come into focus that way. We can try the golden ratio and see whether our dry wet gives us a thing where we have our neat little dip produced by the two stacked bi-quad bandpass filters and a notch at exactly twice the boost frequency, because that's what the analog machines are consistently doing. They're consistently throwing a notch exactly 2x of the head bump. Let's try that frequency. Hold down Option, go there, 0.618. See, it turns out if we start boosting it more and more, we will get to where we only have this resonant frequency, which is not bad. This seems basically good. I'm pretty well happy with it. Question becoming, as we apply it to the noise, .200 hertz boost, 400 hertz cut. .50 hertz boost would be here. That's not actually a 100 hertz cut though, but now it kind of is. And what if we don't drive the head bump as hard? Yeah, driving it harder pushes it up in frequency a tiny bit. But we're not going to want to do that, are we? Look at that. Back to 200 hertz. And of course, with nothing, it's flat. Oh, lovely steep notch, exactly at 400 hertz. I couldn't begin to tell you. There would be no frequency on that head bump because the head bump onto tape 6 doesn't actually have this resonant filter on it. It doesn't, so you can't do it. Beautiful. Biquad resonance of 0.618. It's not a meme if it works. It's not a meme if it works. So that's pretty cool. We got there. I am quite happy with that development. So reso equals .618. Actually, there's no reason I can't just go full tilt bozo. Let's go and find another thing where I've got the full-on version in there. Maybe it's here. Let's find out. Never can tell when I've stuck the golden ratio in somewhere in long form. However, it doesn't look like this is going to be the place, so I'll go and find it elsewhere. Oh, wrong answer. Right answer. Here we'll find all of them. So many instances. So many instances. And that got me there. What fun is using a mean value if you can't use the full-on mean value? We're going to be very specific about this number. And then we don't need to do this. Technically, we don't need to even assign the number. We can just use it directly. But what the hey? Might as well assign it. It says what it is supposed to be. So the next thing, apart from removing the reso calculation, is let's reshuffle these. So bump frequency dry wet. A B. Wait, that's not a B, is it? B and C is going to be how this stuff works. Meaning I'll move this down here so that they're in order. So my next question is, how do I make the VST spit out something useful to 200 hertz with a logarithmic scale. It's going to go from 0 to 1. So if it was 3 of those times 200, then that'll go from 0 to 200. Grabbing my little calculator, we're going to work out something that makes sense. Because on the AU, I can specify in a lot more detail what I want it to become. The VST, I'm going to need to make it go from 0 to. So let's look back into this region, shall we? What are reasonable head bump amounts? Ron Mishra has a quick question. YouTuber, okay, so continue. So 70, a reasonable head bump. Just below 30, also a reasonable head bump of 35 hertz. There's 40 hertz, pretty giant one. That's a humongous head bump there. I have no idea what that would be. I'm sorry. Again, 40. Ooh. Studer 827 at 15 EEPS is just over 20. Interesting. $60. Next to nothing, but that looks more like 30. So what was that? This one. Roughly 30 hertz for a 2-inch 24 track, Studer 827. It seems to have an additional bump in there though, which is weird. But that's going to be fine, I guess. Tape recorders and playback are tape heads. Those are transformers. Transformers can't actually reproduce DC currents. So no matter how well they do it, what looks like a high-pass filter is simply a transformer made up of 2 tape heads with a tape in between them, and the 2 sides of the transformer happen at different times. So it's a transformer with a time warp in the middle. So let's see. So B times B times B times 200. If we had it be 25 hertz, we'd be looking at a display number that would go between 25 and 200. So that's the range we want. So if 0.5 times 0.5 times 0.5 times 175 plus 25. If we do it with the so if we do it with a power factor of 3, then the middle of our setting is under 50 hertz. Maybe we would be better off having that be a lower number, or higher number rather. Let's find out. 0.5 times 0.5 times 175 plus 25. Okay. So if we had it B times B, then our VST version would center at around 70 hertz, which seems not unreasonable. We'd be using this. We'd be using that for both what's displayed on the VST and how we get that value. However, we can do a little bit differently in the audio unit, both in old retro versions and new versions. And I'll show you how. We'll just go from here. And then we have to doctor how parameter B is specified. And that happens up here. Param B starts at 25 and goes to 200. And that's how we do it. And then there's one further thing. We have to add a flag. And I'm going to look that up in Text Wrangler because I've used it before. We just don't get to use this in we don't get to use this in VSTs directly. We approximate it in VSTs. I'm pretty sure it's lowercase. We definitely look in MagAU, and we're going to find all the references. If we can't find that, we go and look for something else. It's probably capitalized. Totally is capitalized. So there's the flag we're looking for. This is the thing where the guy from Blue Cat Audio ended up asking me for help because people were complaining about his things not handling some of my plugins properly, and he ended up doing the best version of this stuff short of Apple itself. And here's another example of it, like Biquad and Biquad 2. C-Strip, BQ has it. And that's how that's done. We don't have to do a custom unit. Sometimes when it says custom unit, it means you get to specify something special. And that might be worth it because we do want to say it's hertz. As long as we're doing this, which we don't always do, here's how we do that. So unit name, so we're going to need to include this as well. And here's how this is done. can just paste that in. It's using a custom unit, so it's going to fill in something on the end. It's displaying logarithmic, and the unit name has not actually been defined yet, but actually that's not what we need. We need the H file. Let's go and get the H file. Like AU iron oxide 5, where is it? There he was. IJK element OP. And we just look at the H file in text wrangler. And there we go. So in this one, even though Apple's audio units, they have no idea what an EEPS is, but that don't matter because we can tell it to be. So we'll quit out of here, quit out of there, leave this here, save it. We're not going to use any more of that. Funny how we end up doing an exact frequency in a situation where normally you're just stuck with the tape machine, man. You don't get to pick a frequency. But with this you do, because it's Airwindows. And we'll be using that. And let's see, where do we put that again? How about here? And we'll call it parameter B unit because parameter B name. And the unit is, of course, hertz. And while we're at it, let's just go and get everything ready. One more build, and then I go and get my food defrosting for tacos. And I'll have earned it today because, boy, I earned my dinner, as one does. I mean, technically, you could say, like, people deserve to eat and don't need to earn their dinner, but I often feel like, oh man, I gotta earn my dinner, and then if I do, I feel a little bit more satisfied. So far, so good there. Ooh, but not. That's not so far, so good at all, is it? And I'll tell you why. We now have between 25 and 200. So parameter B doesn't get to be 0.5 ever. We'll pick the default for some nice Studer. We'll call it around 50 hertz. That seems basically normal. We could make it be indexed, but we don't really need to do that. So now that part is effectively set up. It's supposed to be like that. Now we can close that without getting ourselves into too much trouble. When we start it up, it'll be a little bit weird, but we'll be able to fix it. Going forward, it will have the correct values. And param C, D all the way down. build that claims it has no issues, although it's probably going to act a little funny the first time I load it up. But no worries. Little noise. New effect stack. Again, I'll load this, but then head frequency has to be set to something reasonable. So we'll set it to that. Here's the amount of head bump you can get to boost. Frequency up. A little more wet. Exactly where the cut is supposed to be. See how that lines up right there? At a roughly 100 hertz boost, or thereabouts. Actually, none of these go to exactly that, but it's fine. So, compare to the funny Tascam here. Here we have a boost at 52 hertz, and then it's making a notch just below 200, much like the Tascam. The boost at actually a little higher than that, and a notch at under 200. And you can head bump harder if you want. Or like barely at all. Well, give me a second, give me a second. I think we got there, that's going to work. And I'm going to step away for a moment to get my dinner defrosting and ready to go. And I'll be right back. Alrighty. So yeah, we have roughly approximated what all of this stuff kind of sort of does. Perhaps not perfectly, but we've got a lot of that the funny characteristic of having the notch an octave up from the boost. We've got that working. that ought to do a nice job of functionally acting like we expect head bump curves to act. And so let's try it on a bass track. See if I don't know if I have a bass sitting here though. Oh no, wait, I kind of do. This counts. Not the greatest of bass tracks ever, but what the hey. It is slowly trying to load up. So we can do a bass stack. We can make it be mono by using Golem. GHIJK. There we are. So that's a clean little electric bass. Now Dub Sub 2 enters the picture. Sure is good at making stuff louder, isn't it? How about an older version? Of course, part of that is because the dry wet is doing a thing. So, head bump only. But you don't necessarily want head bump only. You might not even want to add that much head bump at all. But if you did, little head bump style 100 hertz head bump, or your old Studer kind of thing. Really old classic Studer. Otari kind of thing. And of course, that's just the saturation effect. You don't have to have it be this loud. It's just that it's a drive effect. And then we can, but have fun with alien kittens. Except for we don't need Golem for that. unless you crank up head bump really high, it won't actually be fighting with you in terms of making stuff louder. Dry is going to be louder. Wet is typically not going to be louder if you don't crank it way up. That said, we seem to be getting into a pretty good zone about halfway. Nice little thump coming through. Very cheesy tape deck here. Yeah, so we're going to need head bump and head frequency, and head frequency is going to refer to a literal frequency. And the amount of head bump is going to be up to people to use. Blue backends, that will not be possible. You're probably remembering from when you last looked at it. It will not be possible to do that. I'm also not able to make the boost peak wider. At least I'm pretty sure of that. Pretty sure of that, but who knows? So if we were to do something a little more creative with this, knowing that we're stacking these, here's what that might be. So frequency actually cannot be anything causing a problem here, so we're going to remove this if statement. We're already doing a double set of filters in parallel. We are already doing that. So here's the thing. Let's see what can be done. It'd be just a little bit more cumbersome, but I don't see a problem with that. And we got to do all this over. Ooh, but not this. In fact, we can move this over to here. And then you can probably guess what's going to happen next. In selection, so now we do get to have distinct and separate frequencies for those, even though they're basically the same. Right now, we don't have it set to be two separate frequencies, but the night is young. Or it's not even the night. It is the late afternoon. The late afternoon is also not young, but what the hell. And we're going to set this to be 0.5. Or indeed, let's make it a little bit louder just for funsies. We'll be able to see it a little more easily. And now, HDB is going to be a neat proportion of A with a particular offset. Yeah, we are running a double set of fillers in parallel, so here's how that works. Build succeeded. Rather parallel, no, not parallel, series. Parallel is not going to be our friend there. Series is the one we want, and I'll show you why. So back to our effect stacks, and we'll make one for the purpose of playing with our new toy. There we go. Dry wet is 1 now. And here's how we measure it. And let's roll. And now if we make them diverge, not too much though. And if we make them diverge by 0.5, then we have literally done opposite of what we wanted to do. We already have a double set of filters. They're not in parallel, they are in series. We've already got 2 filters. Again, if we make it be 0.5, we're doing literally the opposite of what we want. But maybe what I want to do is just listen to the tone of it. So I feel like what you're wanting to see is the notch widening in this really obvious and characteristic way, and I do not think that's going to be possible. But I'll tell you what I do think may very well be possible is getting a more pleasing tone out of it while still using it the same way. And here's how I'd like to go about doing that. We can hear this, but we can't actually see how it would change. If the dry wet goes to 0.5, we have one head bump at 200 Hertz and one head bump at 100 Hertz. And the cancellations are also overlapping each other and canceling each other out. So I don't think we're going to be able to widen this notch appreciably, but I'm still very interested in what I can do with the tone of it. Because I see what you're saying. Can you maybe make the roll-off notch wider? I'm guessing absolutely not. But listen closely. That might be nearest, damn it. So yeah, I mean, I can drop the second filter right down to where now what we're hearing is just the one filter, and then the other one's basically just attenuating. We've got two of them in series. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that we have these two resonant filters. The resonant filters are in series. And the fact that we have two of them is already stacking them up, and I've just made it change in such a way that we're now doing all of the parameters distinctly and separately from what they were before, with the exception of the parameter that ends up being 0. And as such, we can tune this so that we spread out the boominess. It's just not that easy to hear what it's doing, but it's probably still worth doing. We got like another half an hour of stream. I see no reason to not just throw this in. We've got our dry wet hardwired to a little over 0.6 in the mimetic Airwindows style. And dry wet is now making the second bandpass filter, the second series bandpass filter, be a frequency between 200 and whatever 200 times that number is. So we can set it to 0.5 and have the one filter be 200 and the one filter be 100. And that more or less defeats the purpose completely. But we should be able to blur it out a little bit. And that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the final detail of making this work will be to take the two filters and just offset them the tiniest little bit so that the boominess that you would get through it being biquad resonant filters, that resonance needs to be blurred out so it's no longer really hitting a note so much. And I mean, a real head bump is most likely going to be a note. We're trying to do better than reality here. And that's what I'm trying to explain. So we're going to see what we can do within the limitations of what we're able to hear here. Maybe I'll turn it up a little bit as well. Hard to hear. That's probably about as close as I'm going to get. Yeah, Blue Baggins, this is not a tape machine. Sorry, man. Back to having the dry wet thing work properly. I have an idea. So if I was to use this, or not, I have a different available number. Let's use this one. Let's totes use this one. Everybody's using this one and everybody is not using the smaller one. Hang on, can't actually quit Chromium. Back to here, back to here. Near as, damn it, a half step. That means if it's honking at a frequency, it's also going to be operating at literally what's probably the least likely frequency to show up. It is the making smaller aspect of a half step, or a 1/12 of an octave. And that ended up being pretty close to where I was aiming, so maybe this is going to be perfect. Let's find out. Build. And now that I've got that, let's not even mess around with some of that stuff. Let's open up something else. We've played this one a million times before. Bump. Turn it down to the usual setting, which was already louder than we even needed. Head bump alone. Head bump heavily saturated. Head bump very unsaturated. Higher frequency. That ought to do it, I think. I think I ought to do it. That ought to do it. Studer style maximum boost. For those who want all of the head bump thunder. Neat. So I got no coffee left, but I can rinse out the dregs of it a little bit. And then see whether we can save this. Or rather, build it one more time. Keep this part because this will do nicely. We're going to try to make the VST version in 20 minutes. Text Strangler. Not find, but multi-file. Let's see whether this is remotely practical. That folder, place all, save to disk, 226, 7, and 6. Correct. Here's a new version. We're going to rename everything before we open it. This is going to be such fun that maybe we should get it next weekend. Tell me whether you want this or the tape bias next weekend. Or indeed something else. Maybe I'll just surprise you. And we got fun. See, now we can open it. As always, trying to do every little detail perfectly, because if I don't do every little detail perfectly, it's a computer. It won't work. Can't tell you the number of times when I've gotten stopped by this sort of silly behavior. You get a little typo in somewhere and then everything goes and you don't know what happened or why. Hopefully that's not going to be the case this time. We can but try, as I like to say. The nice thing about this is that it is not a large, complicated thing. It is a relatively small little plugin. here's how we go about doing it. DBSC. Oop. I clicked on the wrong thing. Or did I? I guess I didn't. I didn't. There we go. And I know this is only 3 controls, so we're going to do this. Then we're going to open up this. I also know that's going to be only 3 controls, so that gets a little less complicated, but we need this. Fortunately, it's already a stereo plugin. You know, we never did even do anything as far as monoizing the bass, but I don't think that's actually going to be necessary. I think we maybe are going to be just fine. Anyways, if you're doing any monoizing, it will respond to that correctly. It will do its level best to already be monoized. If you were doing anything that screwy, you're probably fine. Apparently everything is 0.5. Okay. And we're going to zoom right down here before doing anything else. And then the second one uses this. Now that we've done that, and it's not going to default to 50 Hertz, but it'll default to something. And it'll make sense, and it'll work the same way. Here's the stuff that needs to be instantiated. Mustn't forget that. Become sad if you do it wrong. And let's go. So now it's time to trim this down to only 3 controls. There we go. These ones don't show me, but other ones will, like this. Params in blue I keep. Params that don't have anything associated with them do not get kept. Boom. Gonna need to update that. Gonna need to update that. Gonna get right on it in just a moment. Because this cannot stand. Instead, we need this. That's what we display, and then that's what we use as the number. But the other numbers are fine. And with that, we are done with the CPP file. And I was telling you, if I'm able to finish this before 5, I'm going to call that a day. No huge rush, but that seems amusing enough that will make it happen. Entree ain't no such thing. Ain't no such thing. And what you're talking about, but ain't no such thing. I think somebody's being sarcastic. A. And let's see. Boop, that's the thing we need. And lastly, C. So there we are, looks about right. Do not think we need to keep this comment here because we have put it into use already. Nor do we need in frames to process. Copy. Don't need cycle end. Boop. I think that, oh, but I have a change. Lowercase get sample rate for these. Don't need in frames to process. And lowercase get sample rate for this. I got both of them. Yes, I do. But it will produce the same number. And that's the whole code. That's the whole head bump code. All of the working and fussing that we did to dial it in just right, as usual, was a matter of figuring out which things to do, and then basically doing them. But the code is only, like, it fits on a screen. That's as big as the code actually is. So that's always neat. That means that to tape 7 is also going to be fairly tidy and localized and not excessively large and cumbersome. Boop. So there would be instance 1, and then we have to do double processing, so double processing lives here. Between dry sample and begin 64-bit stereo floating point dither, which we don't do because you don't dither to the same variable that you're at. Boop. And let's see if that builds. And if it does build, let's see if it runs. 10 minutes of stream to test it or fix it if it is broken. One more build just for good measure. Drag that sucker out of the way. If it works, that's all she wrote. So shall we observe it using the noise? Let's observe it using the noise. We'll do our good little audition. Here's dub sub. And here is our mysterious imitator. So audio unit, a VST plugin, and our measurement tool. And that's at 68, so we're going to move this to also be 68.7. Audio unit. VST. And it serves as its own little high pass, because it's the bandpass filter being applied, although it doesn't high pass dry. And that's all she wrote. So we just might give you Dub Sub 2 this coming weekend. If anybody's especially excited about that, then I'll totally make it happen. That being the new implementation, the new version of what to Tape 7's head bump will be. And on that note, and yeah, I literally did it between, like, when did I start? I think we dove into the plugins at about 1. So, yeah, part of the reason of doing these things iteratively and working with existing code and existing stuff is being able to refine and perfect stuff like that, because it's usually how you voice it and how you do it. And Mark, you absolutely were here for it. So I'll get back. If anybody desperately wants this coming Sunday, comment on the stream. I think that's a very reasonable thing to ask, and I've got the VST built now. It's working, so all I have to do is produce the Windows and the Linux for Raspberry Pi and make the... I'll have some stuff to do, but it's not too much to ask. And on that note, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.